Phone's blowing up, but you're in the driver's seat. Ignore the buzz, keep your eyes on the street. No text back, no scroll, just let it wait. Attention on the road, that's the only way. Phone's blowing up, but you're in the driver's seat. Ignore the buzz, keep your eyes on the street. No text back, no scroll, just let it wait.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick.
Hello.
Hello. How we doing, guys? Football's over, Josh.
Thank
Suck it.
God.
Oh, wait,
It's
you're happy
done.
about this.
The worst football season of all time is in the rearview
Wow,
mirror.
Nebraska finally makes a bowl game, and Josh declares it the worst
They went to
season
NYC.
ever.
Don't even care. Don't even care. You didn't care about the game.
Wow.
I'm done.
Football was, generally, I think football was pretty good this year.
No.
If you bet on football,
Didn't do that very well.
the favorites won the majority of the games. Most
Don't
people
care.
bet on favorites.
I had a bad time in my pick'em league. I was in the middle of the pack.
How'd you do in fantasy?
Not great. I lost in the semifinals. So
Okay.
I missed out on
Nothing
on
notable
being,
there.
Being in the
Wait,
Cowboys
you still play
suck.
that? I thought you hated it.
I do, but my friends. I'm not going to say no. Then they'd have to find somebody else. I'd feel bad.
No, I'm with
You'd
you,
feel
Josh.
bad that someone else wouldn't
It's our
just
friends,
jump in.
our closest to friend group.
If
They're
all your friends jumped off the Woodman Tower,
No, I
would you
wouldn't do
that?
well today.
Bad question to
Just
ask today.
kidding.
Bad question to ask today.
Just kidding. I realized it once the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl a couple weeks ago. I realized, wow, the 2024 sports year, bad. I hate UConn. They're my least favorite basketball team in
Oh.
college. I can't really explain it, but I hate them.
But
'Cause
you
I didn't like
love the
Kemba
Big
Walker.
East, right?
Definitely don't like the Big East.
Oh.
So they won. Hate the Boston Celtics. Hate the Boston Celtics. They won.
It doesn't matter. Well, I guess I prefer them less than most other NBA franchises. So okay.
Yeah. Obviously the Cowboys had like the worst season of my adult life. Bad times. Just horrible.
No, that's not their worst season.
Yes, it was.
By record?
Of my adult life?
Yeah.
When does that start?
Didn't they have like some...
Well, there was a Tony Romo gets injured in game 2 season in 2015, but this was way worse than that.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
I
And then
guess I didn't really think about it that way.
Ohio State, Eagles, my two least favorite teams in my favorite sport.
That's amazing. It really
seriously,
did suck.
I'm serious.
For you.
It was
Wow, Josh out on Nebraska dogpiling at Charles Schwab Field.
Don't care
Nebraska
about- don't
getting
care
to a
about any of
bowl
that.
game.
Don't care about
Nebraska
any of
going
that.
to the NCAA tournament.
Don't care about any of that. See, but then they get smoked. Who
The
cares?
Dodgers won the World
See,
Series.
and that was the one thing that I was like, didn't bother me. At least that. didn't
Wow,
bother me.
that's terrible.
Everybody hates the Dodgers.
I don't care.
I guess the alternative would have been the Yankees. So
Which also wouldn't have bothered
That
me.
oh,
But yeah.
really?
So
Okay.
I guess my view of it this morning is it'll probably never be this bad again, but it can
always be worse.
There's always more
Never
rock
say it's
bottom.
rock bottom.
There's
Josh.
always more rock bottom to find.
So this was a worse season than 2020 because they went 6-10 in 2020.
Yeah, that was bad. This was
And then 2015 they went 4-12. Is that the season you were referencing?
that was the one where Romo got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dak got hurt in the 2021.
But
I
this-
had less fun in this season.
But that's
when
what I
Dak's
was going
leg
to ask
broke in half.
is the way
Yeah.
the season played out because
Yes.
there were higher expectations this year than there were in those other 2 years. Right?
Yeah, 2015 there were high expectations because that was coming off the Des.
I
Caught
never
game.
thought they were going to
Oh.
be good this year, though.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah.
I didn't either. But it's more. See, this is where I'm down really bad right now. And Mike Schaefer keeps saying like it's okay, it's okay. You'll get.
It is
back.
okay.
But when you have a favorite team that doesn't care about spending money, it just sucks away the joy of everything. I can't even. John is like, you're going to talk yourself into it. He
You
always
will.
says that. I
You
didn't do
will.
it. Did I do it for this year? No, I
You-
never did.
Not as much as you used to, but you were
No.
after the Cleveland game. You were like,
I'm done. I'm done. They were 1-0. It was a fun game, but come on, I wasn't like buying into the season.
Smiles and glory holes.
Okay.
So I'm down bad, but you know what? It's okay.
You become a baseball fan. They don't have a salary cap.
Go
and root for a
Royals.
small market team.
Go
who
Royals.
You're going
doesn't
back to the
spend
Royals?
money
Of
not
course.
because
What happened to your mustache?
they don't want to,
I tried to trim it.
Sorry.
but because they can't.
Yeah.
And they don't have it.
And that's the triggering part. They have the
Is that
money.
worse than is that
having the
worse?
money and not spending it is way worse than not having the money at all.
I agree.
Yeah, as a fan. Yeah.
The Royals just don't have it.
Yeah. The Cowboys do. They just don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care about me.
Yeah. Be a
Or
baseball
many
fan.
others. Yeah.
They need to start charging you Royals fans more money
I know.
so they can make more money.
And they do. I mean, they gave Bobby Witt Jr. $300 million. That was cool.
Yeah, so I don't think they're that poor.
No, they're not. They're not.
Besides, they're
Everybody-
getting all that tax money from the Dodgers. Paying over like $10 billion over the salary or the
luxury
tax. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Duncan says the Lisa Lakers got Luka. Yeah.
There you go. Your Lakers.
I did watch some of their game on Thursday. Maybe I'm back in on the Lakers.
Also, Mike in the chat says one of your 9 MLB teams did well.
The
in
Royals
2024.
made the playoffs for the first time in a while.
They did.
That was pretty fun.
They beat
The
the Orioles.
Mariners were in the mix for the playoffs. I don't remember.
Pretty much until the end, yeah.
I mean, Michigan beat Ohio State,
That
Josh.
was all. But see, it doesn't matter in the end.
Was that your sports moment of the year?
Oh, great question.
Ooh, yeah, the Josh sports moment of the year.
No, that was pretty good. Saying that Nebraska was going to kill Colorado and then being so right after I had Colorado and Nebraska
Yeah,
fans.
but that second half sucked.
It did. It really did suck the joy out of that dominating win. You guys had to do the post game without me that night.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciated that it was such a bad second half because if it would have been a normal second half, we would have been late getting there.
That's true.
It took a long time. It took a long time to finish that
Though
game.
it did allow
Yeah,
you,
it did.
John, to plan better for when him and I did the post game show a few weeks later as we walked out of the stadium watching on John's phone, hearing the reaction, realizing
Pitch
pain
black
is coming.
darkness. We couldn't see anything.
Horrible.
Watching it on my phone, don't know how we didn't fall over.
I know, especially on those bad sidewalks that are like this.
On the
I
bottoms.
fully expected to face plant at some point.
Didn't
Yep.
do it though.
When I heard the noise for who was
Just
the
trains.
who was the tight end who didn't get the ball? Who was the
Fedoni.
no?
No, the
Nice.
overthrown pass in the
Yeah,
end
who was
zone.
that too?
Luke
Was that
Lindenmeyer.
Lindenmeyer?
Because you heard the noise, and I said to John, like, "Oh man, I think something bad's about
That's
to
a
happen."
bad noise.
And then we
It's like
watched
when
the play.
Obi-Wan said, I feel something terrible has happened.
It was a really weird experience because I was set up at the bottoms basically immediately, right? So I would watch the game on my phone, but then I'd hear a reaction, and then 10 seconds later, I'd see what the reaction was.
Yeah, but I thought you were watching the game with the people that were
The first time.
tailgating.
The first time, but it was still the same thing. I would
Oh.
hear a reaction, and then later.
Oh, I know. I can't imagine. I mean, I get it, but that would bother the ever-loving crap out of me because the TV is always going to be at least a play behind real time.
Yeah.
And if you're just out there, and again, I get it. You want to be around the stadium. You sit there, you watch, you tailgate with some friends. But that would annoy the crap out of me.
I agree. I'm one of
was
these people
annoying
that
for the
has to be
record.
like as live as it could possibly get.
Absolutely.
So
Which
last-
is a big reason why, for a lot of games, if my team's playing, I'll stay off Twitter. 'Cause I don't want to be spoiled.
Well, last night at midway through the third quarter, I started doing something else, and I turned it to the game on my laptop. But on the laptop, the 4K looks really weird.
Oh, really?
Have you ever tried that?
No.
The 4K channel on your laptop, it looks odd because my laptop
Can't handle
anyway,
it.
is not built for it.
Yeah.
And so I flipped to the regular channel, and that was like 2 plays behind the 4K one.
Oh my gosh!
So I had to watch the game really weird.
See, I
the
never
rest of
felt
the
like
game.
I was getting spoiled when I would just scroll through Twitter during plays.
The 4K is the first one.
Dude,
yeah.
John, that 4K
It's legit.
looked amazing.
It was that way for some college football games this year too.
I don't
We
have
didn't
a 4K
upgrade until
TV.
like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so
it's-
we only got to watch the NFC Championship and then the Super Bowl in 4K. Now, we've watched a couple of college basketball games, which is weird for ESPN because they don't do commercials. So
Yeah,
during
it just sits in a static stadium shot.
yeah, and so you hear all the things that are happening and,
Yeah.
and whatnot with the student sections and stuff. But God, it is a pretty picture. It
It's
looks so
really
good.
sharp.
Yeah.
Really sharp.
Big fan. Big fan.
Yeah, my TV's not 4K compatible.
Oh,
really?
Wow. It's like 8 years old now.
Wow.
Hell of a TV though.
I guess I got my TV when we moved in for almost 5 years ago.
Get a 4K TV, John.
I mean, mine's good right now, so I don't.
It's not
really-
4K though.
I don't care. I mean, it's just this game.
Like I didn't buy it thinking it was a 4K TV. It just happened to.
Well,
have it.
yeah, yeah.
I bought mine specifically because it was 4K.
Yeah, 4K.
I needed the 4K.
Gotta get some 4K.
We got ours when
It's good.
when
It's
during
4K
COVID we
is
got those
good.
$600 checks, and then Walmart
yeah.
lowered a TV to $600, and we were like, "Thank you, Walmart. We're going to buy a new TV."
Oh, the stimmy money.
Yeah, that was a nice.
Thanks, President T.
It's still a solid TV. I definitely would like a new one when we move.
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
You have to purchase a new home.
Are you gonna put the new TV on the
No, Nick.
Wall
Sink.
above the sink.
No.
Yeah.
No. We will not be. We have not even talked to them since. We are done with that place. We went to multiple houses yesterday on Super Sunday.
Unbelievable.
And you haven't found one as good as the bedroom sink
No, we
was.
have. We have found better houses since then, Nick. So it's long ago in our memory now.
Mhm.
I will not think about it except when you bring it up.
What if you find the best possible house, but it had one problem?
Bathroom?
Sink outside the bathroom.
The best possible house?
Like, yeah,
Yep.
it's the right price. It has checks
got
all the
everything.
boxes, but it has a sink outside the,
box.
bathroom. It's not to be a guarantee on, the box.
Oh, checks every other box?
Every other
Every
box.
other box.
Hmm.
Everything you could
It's-
ever want
it's
now.
The
clear-
fact
Clearly
that you
your
have to
best
think
option.
about this makes me wonder if you
Agreed.
should be. I think Marissa should just be the sole decider here. If you have to
She
think about
doesn't want that either.
Yeah, but if you have
one
to think
little
about
thing.
it, yeah, it's one little thing. If
Little
all
my
the
ass.
other things are checked off,
Yeah. I mean, I'm
It's
sure we
obvious.
probably would.
Yeah.
It was so weird though.
You got to get the weird sink.
Yeah.
It's not even that weird. It's just a sink.
it's
Just outside the bathroom.
just a little water
It's
basin.
just a sink.
It's just a little water.
So we had a diaper keg for one of my best buds this weekend, and multiple friends were like, "So tell me about this sink." So I had to show the photos of the sink.
Look at how weird this is.
People couldn't get enough of it.
It's funny.
See, you
Yeah.
should have got the house. That sink would be the life of all your house parties.
Yeah. Hey, everyone want to come and hang out in our room?
That's true. Check this out.
Look at this sink.
I made sink nachos.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell is wrong with you?
I don't know.
So why'd you shave the stash?
I didn't. I trimmed it and then I trimmed too much.
You look like
oh yeah, it is looking a little.
No, it's
like
a little too
wispy.
it looks like Joey's mustache.
It was more
Interesting.
bushy.
Is Nick jealous of Joey?
No,
Interesting.
it was more bushy than I wanted it to be, and then I started cutting, and then I'm like, well, that doesn't look right. Then I snip, snap.
Oh man, you don't
And then
want to
I ended
snip
up
snap.
I ended up with
That's
this.
what happened when I had to shave my beard that one time. I made one too many mistakes.
Your second day
Yeah.
on the job.
Yeah, it was bad.
You need to just get the trimmer. That way, you don't have to worry about making mistakes.
Yeah, it's got
the
a guard
trimmer
on
takes care of
Yeah.
everything as long as you
should.
set it right,
I should.
and they're not expensive. It'll cost you one LA Night T-shirt.
Oh, but if I spend that on a trimmer, how am I going to get another LA Night T-shirt?
Well,
Excellent
I
point.
don't know.
Alex and Lincoln says if it's like $500 a month cheaper, then I could live with that sink. Yeah, I probably would take that.
Oh, it doesn't need to be that much
No.
cheaper.
We went to one house yesterday. We loved everything about it except for no finished basement.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, it's not like we're looking at like a massive house. So it essentially would be like our apartment where we have like the same number of spaces, you know,
Hmm.
and like just, we'd have a lot of storage, which would be nice. Had a great kitchen, which was a bummer. Huge bummer.
You got a pros and cons list for all of these?
Basically mentally, yeah, kind of.
Mm.
Yeah.
Should
What,
keep
John?
track.
What?
No, nothing.
What?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
How
you
many
were-
points is a nice kitchen worth? Is that a lot of points?
Definitely.
I love a nice kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of storage space, very big, huge sink.
You want a nice kitchen for when your wife makes your food.
Yeah,
you're
but then
happy
when
with
I
it.
do the dishes, Nick, when I clean those dishes, that massive sink would be nice. I'm the dishes guy.
Made some food.
so you want a
yesterday.
sink.
I want yes, Nick. I want a sink, but in normal places,
The grocery
normal
store
locations.
on Saturday was a bad place.
Really?
Oh, it was
Yeah,
a wreck.
it was rough.
Getting ready for the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So I went straight from the Creighton game to Hy-Vee, and there looked like a tornado had hit Hy-Vee.
Wow.
So I think your problem was going to Hy-Vee because I went to Family Fair and it was great.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, chill?
It was super chill. Family Fair and also Target, both kind of chill.
We stopped
interesting.
by Baker's yesterday. It was a solid experience. They had buy 2 Doritos, get 3 free. So I was like, that's so many Doritos.
That's a lot of Doritos.
Like,
Doritos are expensive,
Big
though.
bags?
Normal bags of Doritos. And so I told
Did
her,
you do it?
so I told her when we were walking, I was like, yeah, I saw this thing. She was like, why didn't we buy them? I was like, that's a lot of Doritos. She was like, but it's such a good deal. I said, do you want me to go back
2
in?
bags of Doritos, though. That's probably like $12.
It was
Yes.
$10. So I
Yeah.
did it. So we got 5 bags of Doritos for $10.
Oh,
That's pretty
hell yeah.
good.
Seriously, it's like $2 a bag.
What flavors?
good.
Did you?
We
were
did
you
2
mix and
nacho and
match?
3 spicy. Yeah, 3 spicy.
Like the purple
nacho.
bag?
No, the
The
dark
the
red.
deep red.
Yeah.
yeah.
The spicy, not the
You're not a
chili,
Cool Ranch
whatever.
guy?
We're not Cool Ranch people.
Man, that's a
Not
good
Cool
chip.
Ranch people. Yeah, but I was like, this is great. This is gonna last.
I would
us
have got
for a few
one.
weeks.
I probably would have got one nacho. Build your Dorito combo.
Okay,
there we
Here
go.
we
There we
go.
go.
One nacho cheese,
Okay.
Too Cool Ranch.
Mm-hmm. Too spicy, or are you doing one spicy and one something else?
One chili, the purple one.
Yep.
Sweet chili, whatever.
Yeah.
And then one spicy nacho.
And they had other ones too. It was like there was like a late night one where it was like a spicy and a Mexican, like the tacos.
Taco.
Yeah,
taco
and it was like in
Doritos.
the same bag. And then they had some other stuff.
Is there any difference between the taco and the nacho cheese?
Yes, there is. My
I
dad
don't-
used to get
if you fed me one of each, I wouldn't be able
my
to
dad
tell
used
you.
to get the taco all the time, and they were disappointing.
Should we have
Nick, that's how I've always felt about taco Doritos too. I'm always bummed by them.
Dorito identification crossover?
When we do our chocolate milk
Ooh.
one,
Blind Dorito test?
Have you ever had the white
That's
cheddar
that's
Doritos?
not a bad idea.
No.
The white cheddar Doritos are really
Never
good.
even heard of such a
what
thing.
if we try to do something fun on
For
Fridays?
the longest time, you could only get them in like Kansas City.
all off season long, where we try to do, we're doing the milk one.
Mm-hmm.
We could do a Dorito one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know, we got to figure out like 20 more things. And that'll get us to football season.
This will go just as well as Taste Test Wednesday.
Yeah, that was a great segment,
It'll
John.
last about 6 weeks,
It
and it'll
was
be
a-
like, oh, but we got to stop and get
I know
stuff.
that was always the pain in the butt.
Ah.
It was always the pain in the butt.
Yeah, I need to make sure I remember about Friday.
Yeah, the
chocolate milk? Oh, I
I
already forgot about
I
that.
just realized we were going to do the. Well, we can move that.
What's that?
The SNL cast draft.
Oh crap!
Oh,
when was that? That was
That was
coming up?
scheduled for this Friday because I believe the anniversary show is on Sunday.
on
I am
Sunday.
not prepared for that.
No,
Well, that's
me
all right.
neither.
We can push that back.
Okay.
Okay.
That's an evergreen. We can push that back to the following Monday if we'd like.
All right, that works for me.
Let's do that.
That's good.
Next Monday is the SNL character draft.
Cast draft.
Castra.
Oh boy.
How many rounds are we doing for this?
I figure we do like 8 regular, 1 weekend update, and is there and 1 host?
Okay.
All right, I got to make a big board.
So 8 players,
Mhm.
1 weekend update, 1 host.
Okay.
If you want to do musical act, you can, but
What about a player that's come back as a host? Do you get his host and player abilities, or just player?
well, I mean, if you pick
or
them,
just host.
yeah, I mean, yeah,
It's like having a utility player on your fantasy baseball team,
you could do that.
or having Taysom Hill. Like you get quarterback points, but he's playing tight. You could put him in as a tight end. It's kind of nice.
So it's 8 cast, 1 host, and 1 what?
And 1 weekend,
Weekend update.
anchor.
So what's that? 10 people?
That's 10 people.
Okay.
Schwartzwielder
Nice.
writes, I see a Schwartz is as big as mine. If you actually like spicy Doritos, seek out a local market that sells Doritos from Mexico. They are a superior chip and flavor. The nacho cheese is actually spicy.
Interesting.
So is this like Doritos? Is this like Mexican Coke? Is this like Mexican Doritos?
I
Or
think
is
that's
this like
what he's saying.
like a different brand? So it's Doritos.
Well, they're those, what do they call
From
them?
Mexico.
Takis?
Oh, Takis are a different thing.
They're different. But I mean, they're a snack chip
It's
that has
Dino,
stuff on them.
Dynamita or something like that.
I didn't
is
know if
the
that's
Doritos version.
what someone was referring to or not.
I do like Takis.
It sounds like just Mexican Doritos.
I'd
That's
be
what it sounds
interested
like
in
to me.
trying this.
I would try a Mexican Dorito.
Mike says, do they have those at supermercados?
Probably. Maybe Pedro
They
can
could.
go by and get us.
Oh, that was nice.
Schwartz says that's correct. They're Doritos, but it's a different recipe.
Wow, interesting. Okay, I'm intrigued.
Doritos from
Once
Mexico.
again, they
Nice.
assume that the American palate can't handle it.
Well,
I think they can.
I mean, have you met John?
have you met Mike? No,
That's a good point.
no, not me, Nick. It's
Just
have
go.
you met Mike Schaefer? You give that guy pepper and he's sweating up a storm.
He's just a sweaty guy.
I'm not talking about
Ah.
just spice palette. I'm just saying palette. in
No, we were talking
general.
about spice palette right now, Nick.
Oh, just spice.
That's all we're
Okay.
talking about right now. Not taste.
Mm.
I have great taste buds, though.
Sweet and savory. Boo.
That is pretty scary. I don't want to dip my bacon in syrup.
Somebody
Thank
sent me
you.
a picture of a banana on a hot dog bun with
Yuck.
ketchup on it. Or
No.
something.
I've seen that.
Have you seen this? Why are
Yeah.
people doing this right now?
I think
Is
the
your
argument is
generation
that
again, Nick.
I think the argument is that it's a breakfast sandwich. I think that's the argument
It's so
happening with that.
it's once again, this is the stuff I get most mad at.
Yeah, I just think
And Buffalo
useless,
things.
useless conversation.
folks are just trying way too hard.
They really are.
Yes,
Everyone's trying to
John,
make
thank
something go viral.
Yes.
Hey, is this a this?
Yeah.
No. The
No.
answer is always no.
chili is chili.
The first person who did the hot dog sandwich bit, very well played. But now people like still do it.
I know.
It's like that's not
It's-
creative anymore.
Obscene. Just like that score bug.
Oh, spoiler alert.
Mm.
Don't step on our topics for today, Happer.
Oh, that's going to be one of your topics.
Got to break it down.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was the takes Super Bowl. There were many takes
There
beyond
were
the
a lot of
game.
takes.
Beyond the game.
Well,
I mean, there wasn't a game happening really, so all we had was takes.
what else outside of the halftime?
Well,
People
I mean,
definitely had some takes on halftime.
you had takes
A lot
on
of
the
takes.
anthem. You had takes on people being cheered or booed. You had takes on
Yep.
the use of celebrities. You
Man,
had
I
the
missed
takes-
all of this. This is so
did
great.
we ever find out if President T actually got cheered or booed?
Nick sent a DM.
Many sides were
So
arguing many
apparently,
different things.
from what I've heard, Australian broadcast and other broadcasts of countries that had their own audio feed heard
Audio.
booing, but the American broadcast allegedly Fox piped in cheering.
Interesting.
Trumpers and expert.
And white, except they would have a color on one thing. It looked cool, but
Wow. Nick Grimm, Fox News. It looks cool.
like they were showing like videos of like rioting and war, and then also the
and,
Chiefs.
And then the Chiefs?
Yeah,
Well,
it was wild.
had they won, they might have caused a bit more rioting and war last
The
night.
very
so-
first image they
Possibly.
showed was President T doing that thing.
No Eagles?
No Eagles,
Mm.
just Chiefs.
The Chiefs are new Maga's team, John. People are saying.
Are they? Because Philly's kind of a lib city, isn't it?
That's why I said that the Chiefs are Maga's team.
Yeah.
Why would? Oh, the Chiefs. I thought you said the Eagles. My bad.
It's okay.
Well, I mean,
Chiefs are definitely
when you're
Maga team.
when you're doing the promos for stuff, you want things that are eye catching. And let's face it, the Chiefs over the last 6-7
Harrison
years have
Butker.
been like the celebrity team of the NFL.
Mhm.
I
For
don't
good
think
or for
that's
bad.
why Fox picked the Chiefs.
No, I think that's exactly why they did.
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. They were burning Kermit.
They were.
Yeah.
The
It's
Philly
a bad deal.
last night.
Did they grease the poles? Did they successfully grease the poles last night?
I don't know. I would like to think that they did.
Yeah. I
But
would
then
hope so.
after the tragedy of the NFC Championship when the kid fell from the pole, maybe they didn't. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Josh, look at this. You're fixing our TV.
I just sent him a text and he said, "Can you ping our TV?" And he said, "Yep." Here we go.
Thank you, Ping Boy.
Good
What a
job, Josh.
guy. What a
Good job,
guy.
Josh. I will admit that I took no
Yeah,
action
that's fine.
toward
That's fine.
fixing the
I
television.
don't like that the Cox logo looks like it was just a very tiny thing, and then they just blew it up.
I mean, Nick, this is the menu where they're resetting things. They're not trying to make it look nice.
It looks all compressed and bad.
Yeah, they're not trying to make it look nice.
You could redesign it for him if you want.
With Canva, Nick.
Honestly, I could do it in PowerPoint.
Much
It's
like
good
the
enough for the
score
Super
bug.
Bowl. A guy
I'm going to
re-
laugh my ass off when I find out that the Fox graphics were redesigned by Canva.
Which person in this room is going to say that the score bug was good?
Nobody,
None of us.
because we had it on Friday.
We talked about it on Friday.
Yeah.
Because a leak of it got out, and we
I
actually
did see
put it
the
up on the
leak, yeah.
screen.
Flash.
I
And
ne-
so
yeah.
so the friends of the Grum who were watching Friday afternoon
Turn the
already knew that this monstrosity was coming.
So I'll say this, and my wife pointed this out last night on one of the first drives. The biggest issue, beyond it's very boring and plain, right? Is that the play clock is not where the game clock is.
No.
And so I was looking all over the place for it at,
I couldn't even see where was the game clock. I
It
only
was
saw
like
the play
on
clock.
above it
The-
on the field.
the game clock was in the middle of the screen.
Yeah.
The play clock, though, was like above the letters of the team and not
it was
above
like where the
yeah.
3rd and 2 was.
Yes.
Oh Not
that,
great.
That
I
they
hate
superimposed
that.
And then they had
on
one on the field, too.
Yes.
It was, so
That's
they had two of them.
That's the one that I used.
The very first thought I had when I saw the score bug on the TV was that could use outlines around the boxes because it would be easier to see.
I thought it could have used creativity.
Oh, it could have, but at least
It needs
outlines.
team logos.
Logos. It's pretty
Well,
That's the issue. It
and-
needs team
and
logo. Oh,
what
here you
if-
go, Nick. Look at this.
And Fox just recently
Let's go.
did a football game with snow. What happens when it snows? You're not
Great
going to be able to see
question.
the score.
You couldn't see it. Yeah,
You would not be able to see the score.
that's right.
So yeah, it was. I mean, it was.
I
It was
don't-
funny how people were universally like, "What is this thing?
I
This
don't
is
know
terrible.
why-
I
Nobody
can't
liked it.
believe this."
I don't know why the trend is that they choose the Super Bowl
To
to
debut it.
these things.
It's wild.
Like
Wouldn't you want
there's
to do it during
so
the season?
many games where you
Yeah.
could
Well,
get
I mean,
feedback on
Do
it.
it during one of the international games.
It's always.
Well, I guess that's not Fox.
it's,
though.
but it's
No.
it's been that way historically.
I know
Going
they
going
always,
back
yeah.
many years, all networks, if they do a major upgrade of their graphics, they wait for the Super Bowl because they just want it to they want it
wanna
to be
make it
special.
pop. It's
the,
new,
The
yeah.
thing about it is, why wouldn't this had to be like tested somewhere? Like they had to put it in front of a lot of different people to
So
say,
they
what
had
do you
to
think
know
about
that this sucks.
And
Yeah,
so
who was the
either-
person who
either it
actually
sucked.
knew it sucked but wouldn't say it?
Yeah,
Or did they say it and the boss was like, I don't care what you think?
Exactly.
we're doing this.
Because I can't imagine if they tested this thing
Mm-hmm.
that it tested well.
it felt like to me it was just a gross overreaction to people saying, because what do they say? What do we always say about Fox? Too much going on. And there is. They're doing all the touchdown wipes and all the crazy stuff that
Cartoons
they're
with the
throwing.
muscles.
Yeah.
It's nuts. So
They still did the cartoons.
what did people say? You need to simplify it. And then they simplified it. They
Way too much.
oversimplified.
I'm bummed that they kept the cartoons around. Like, get rid of those. We don't need the cartoons anymore.
No.
That was from the old era.
No.
Yeah.
Get rid of them.
Looks
All the
silly.
weird fonts on the cartoons and stuff
Mhm.
like that. I don't know what Fox is doing half the time, man.
Well, did you notice when they did the split screen? It wasn't like a normal line. It was like this curvy thing. It was
I
very
did not
strange.
notice
I
that.
didn't mean that. I wasn't bothered by that. It was just the scorebook was so bad.
Very bad.
Not great.
But it'll go down in history as the only one that shows the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. Because I guarantee if they bring that back next year, people will.
Oh, you don't think they're going to have this scorebug next year?
I don't think so. I think the backlash has been so bad from this. They're like, we can't.
That'd
we
be
can't do
interesting
this.
if they got rid of it.
They can't do this.
I mean, they only had it for one game.
Well, they got 8 damn months.
They got a lot of time to play around in Canva.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's fixable in Canva.
We should do a design your scorebug contest.
yeah.
We
For
should.
the
Some
friends
stuff to
of the
give away.
Grum. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I could make one. I could make one cooler.
I could make a good score bug.
Yeah. John, you want to try to make one too?
Sure.
There we go. What do you got for us?
Did you
See this? What
Is this
happened?
a sports match?
so is it true? I didn't see every
Speaking of the Super Bowl of takes,
yes.
this only aired in certain markets, apparently.
Oh, so he didn't buy Super Bowl ad. He bought because apparently Kanye bought a Super Bowl ad.
Oh, I didn't see it.
yeah,
It wasn't here.
From
So-
what I've not done a deep dive into this story, but from what I have read online, it seems like it only showed up in some markets. not all
Oh,
of
I don't think I saw it. What did he
So
say?
this
What-
was kinda
Otson
like-
mentioned this a little earlier on your show.
So this is the
Did he say?
because
his
remember
tweets?
when Will Ferrell did
Yes,
the
the
commercials
beer.
for Old Milwaukee?
Yeah.
But it was only in certain markets.
yes,
And we were one of the markets.
because and you have the TMZ story. If
Yeah.
if I'm understanding what happened with this right, it sent you to a link that had a swastika on
Oh
it.
my God.
Yeah.
Yes, it
well,
was
he has proclaimed that he is a Nazi.
yeah.
He has said that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Multiple
according to
times.
the story in TMZ, Kanye used his Super Bowl commercial to sell $20 shirts featuring a swastika.
Yikes. That's the under, by the way.
If you go to the
Big time
website,
under.
his website,
Designated Hitler.
the only thing for sale is a white shirt emblazoned with a black swastika.
Yikes. Bad. John, that's bad.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Do not agree. Do not agree with this.
Theo writes, Kanye picked the Eagles before his Twitter account was deleted. His Twitter account got deleted?
Did it?
Did he delete it or did they delete
Well, he
it?
probably deleted it.
Yeah, I think those words are okay now on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a game.
Oh,
How about
wow,
Cooper
that's-
DeJean though? Right? Iowa.
Iowa.
I was grateful for Cooper DeJean. Had the Philly defense scoring a touchdown. Won
Nice.
some money off of that.
Nice.
There you go.
Congrats.
That was when the game officially ended.
Was happy he did not get tackled on the one, and then they did a tush push the next play.
Did you hear the entire state of Iowa just erupt into a cheer when that happened?
It seemed like it, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I smell them.
I feel really bad for all those people that were holding Jahan Dotson first score in the Super Bowl tickets.
I think it was
For-
85 to 1. Is that what it was?
Because that's a big,
Ouch.
that's a good chunk of money, and then they go
Ouches.
to commercial.
I couldn't believe that they called that a touchdown on the field. I thought
Because when you watch it in the replay,
I
it's
thought
like, ugh.
live that he was like a full yard
And
short.
he was.
And he was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
not great.
was.
Not great.
yeah, it's tough hang for the Jahan Dodson
Oh,
touchdown
man.
scorers.
That would be a bummer.
But again, I wonder if the official just gave it to him, knowing that
They're going to
We'll
review
go back
it
and
anyway?
review.
they're going to review it.
It's the
'cause a
worst thing
scoring
about
play.
review, John.
I know.
Oh, here we go.
It's the safety net that it gives the officials.
It's bad. It's
They
bad.
need to be like Robin's parents in Batman and Robin.
D-
No safety,
Whoa,
no
oh.
safety nets.
Oh.
Well, at least that's what happened in Batman Forever.
I mean, the implication is still,
the refs have no safety net. Not
Well,
to fall and
I mean,
die.
I mean, the
Nick.
refs aren't going to die.
Could have said
if they don't have
like
replay.
Christian Bale in Batman when he's in the gulag and he has to climb up, but he has the tether to him.
Yeah.
Untether yourself.
Oh, nice.
That's like the
the
same thing.
untethering, like
Yeah.
The untethering.
like college sports.
If you take away, instant replay is the tether. You're never going to be able to escape the gulag if you have the tether attached to you.
Hard to
Good
argue
point.
with
Not
that.
going to happen.
Hard to argue with
Good
that.
point.
You'll fall and break your back.
Also, the weird thing that happened late in the broadcast when Brady was trying to have a conversation with Pereira, and Pereira was just like, what do you? I have no idea what's happening. Right
Such a weird.
I thought it was
Their relationship has
It's
been strange
so
all year.
odd.
Was that the same time he was talking about? Oh, all those times I only got one. Oh, what was it? Unsportsmanlike conduct. Wow, tough look for me to forget that one.
That's the name of our show.
Ouch.
It's like, oh, I'm still proud of that I only got 2.
I don't remember if it was that play or not,
That was weird.
but it was very funny when it
He
happened.
just kept talking about himself.
Yeah, he did.
I'm
KB.
I'm guessing that that the producers probably encouraged it
to talk about
He
himself.
did
Yes.
it too much, even if
did.
it was encouraged.
because it's, hey, Tom, this is the Super Bowl. You're the most accomplished player in the history of the Super Bowl, so you'll add more credibility with all of these casuals if you talk about yourself.
Yeah, I had
I would
a
not
long
be
snapper,
surprised.
KB.
Would not be surprised if that was encouraged.
See, I just
KB,
don't-
I'll tell you what, I lost Super Bowls. I won Super Bowls. So I know what Jalen's thinking. I know what Patrick's thinking. And he called him Patrick all
He
night
called him
long.
Patrick the whole time.
All night long.
Because like last night, there was an easy entrance point, and that is, Tom, you were trailing by a lot of points in a Super
Yes.
Bowl one time, and it completely shocked you. How did you come out of that? And all he did was just like the normal, well, you just got to keep believing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not helping anything. What
Like,
are you?
what did you
what did you-
actually
yes.
do?
You were down by
Yes.
25 points. What changed? Like literally what changed?
Yeah. What did you physically do?
Mhm.
What did you say? Who did
Yeah.
you talk to?
See how much his watch cost that he was wearing last night?
$700,000?
Yikes.
Really?
That
I
thing
didn't
was
even-
ugly as hell.
How
I
did
didn't
you-
I didn't even see the watch.
How'd you figure that out?
A lot
I
of
saw
people
the
were
watch.
tweeting about it.
It was really hard to miss that watch.
Yeah, it was so gaudy.
I didn't see it.
People were making fun of him because he had the T-shirt tucked into his suit pants
Oh,
at the Lady
it-
Gaga part.
Did you see when they filmed that? It was like
It's like
3
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
Really?
like on Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish whenever they would cut to them in the booth that it was a different background every time. I think that could have been a
Yeah,
funny
that was
bit.
also weird.
That was
That
weird.
it looked like just an alley.
Why are
a
you-
wet alley.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they do. They come by Bourbon Street at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and they have a power hose. They have a
Understandably so.
and they just spray everything.
I mean, I'd
It's-
probably spray down Bourbon
it's
Street if I-
actually wild to
lived there.
watch. It's
Oh, I
almo-
bet.
Yeah, it's crazy.
the carpet being on Bourbon Street is probably one of the grossest things ever.
Ugh.
I don't want that carpet.
Nobody should.
Yeah, nobody does.
No, they'll sell pieces of it.
Nice.
Probably.
Tom Brady walked on this carpet.
Mhm. Lady Gaga.
Roger Goodell walked on this carpet.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
man.
was there.
We just got a text from the 402. The score bug has already been perfected, and we've turned our back on our heritage. And it's an old college football ABC score bug.
that's a good score.
The only thing it's
Let me
missing
see
is the
it.
timeouts. But
You know what that reminds me of? Nebraska, Colorado.
Oh,
I love that.
Oh, yikes.
Early 2000s.
Not 2001.
Not 2001.
See, I think that's a good
Here,
design.
I'll show you my favorite score bug.
I like baseball score bugs that are like that, but I think I like football score bugs being
The
longer.
old ESPN baseball one where it was just gray and it had 2 bars. There was no logos on it. It was just the team, 3 letters. or
This is the
whatever.
one that I really liked. I really liked that score
It was
bug.
okay.
But the one from the late 90s, like when Nebraska beats Missouri, is also great. 97.
Man.
Classic. Good stuff.
Does
Or we can go
NASCAR
back
still do
to-
the top scroll?
Do what?
Does NASCAR still do the top scroll?
No, it's more of it's a side scroll. now. It's a sidebar now.
I think the sidebar
I
is
don't
better
like-
for information, but the top scroll looked better. I like the top scroll.
I like the sidebar. Just because it's always there.
We could go back to the old days and put nothing on the screen
Put
at all.
nothing at all.
And every once in a
pine for
while,
the days
flash
of
up the
man.
time.
I would really like it if they just put the game clock on the board.
I
Because that was the
So
one thing
wild.
as a kid
And
I
it
always
was just
thought
a
was,
camera
why
shot.
don't they just put the little game clock? Just leave it there. That's all. I
The
I
whole
didn't even-
time.
I wasn't even asking for the score. I was just give me the game clock, and then all of a sudden we got everything. And now
I don't know how you guys did it. I hate watching old baseball broadcasts and seeing nothing there.
You had to pay attention.
Well, that's the thing. You paid attention.
Yeah.
Because you were watching
to.
to watch. People weren't, watching 3 different things, reading a book at the same time, looking at their phone.
and they give you a reference
just
point
that.
once every 10 minutes or
Yeah.
15.
But it's wild to
minutes.
think of a baseball game where it's like you just got to pay attention to the count yourself.
Yeah.
There's so much
I mean,
happening.
they would occasionally, if it got to like maybe once every other at bat, there'd be a quick graphic. Like
Mhm.
on Cubs games, it would be ball 3, strike 1, out 2, whatever. It was crazy. But I mean, you were paying attention.
Yep.
Right? I mean,
You were
that was the
following every
only thing
pitch.
you were paying attention to. And so it really wasn't that hard to follow. But yeah, it's a different world now.
Different world.
Different world.
Now we have Canva score bugs.
No, that was a PowerPoint score bug.
Yikes, tough
Oh,
luck.
it's going to be great when I find out this is Canva.
See, I found a tweet of a guy who's like, I remade the score bug in PowerPoint in
Really?
5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Here it is.
Oh, we got the tag on him.
Behind the tag.
Sorry, we're watching the 2023 World Baseball Classic quarterfinals between USA and Venezuela.
Hell yeah, we are.
Yeah, he got him. He got the tag.
So wait a minute.
He
So
got
now,
the tag.
again, we have a library of all of these great baseball games. We're playing some random World Baseball
John,
Classic.
it's a great game.
This
It's
is
an
a
important
good game, John.
There's Salvi.
These are good memes.
Sure.
Text from the 402. Hey, why don't Nick and John have a sidebar conversation if they want to talk NASCAR? This is a sports show.
Yeah, how about you guys talk about a real sport?
Yeah, do that during the commercial
Who
break.
said this?
No name attached.
Oh, of course, because they're cowards and they hide
I
behind.
mean, we
their-
do have their phone number, though. I have this person's
Well,
phone
I'll
number.
say it out
I'm
loud.
calling this person. You're a coward.
We should prank call our listeners.
We should. That could be a
Actually,
fun
that
bit.
would
It's
be
a
fun.
bit.
That would be
Take
fun.
people's numbers from the text line and just call them.
Is your refrigerator running?
Hey, this is your phone company. We've just flagged that last text that you sent to 402-951-1620, and we're turning it into ICE.
Okay, this is actually a pretty good.
There's got to be like a privacy something in there.
I think we might not be allowed to actually do that. I think
Really?
they have to opt in.
I
for
always
things
love
like
every now
that.
and then I'll respond to someone and they're like, "You can respond,"
yeah.
Yes.
and I do. Jack apparently debates with his listeners during his show.
Of course he
Text people
does.
back, yes.
Of course he does.
I'll text back people sometimes
You read the texts?
when you're not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, John won't do it. He's got a lot going on.
Yeah, I don't even know how to log into the thing.
Wow. Just
That's all right.
keep that in mind, text line. John never sees you.
I don't. But
That's
Josh
why when I
does
come
it,
back,
and-
people are excited. They're like, "Thank God Josh is back," because now we'll have texts read again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for you, texters.
It's just my way of saying if you really want to talk, just use the phone and call.
So Duncan asked a question, and
Reach
then
out-
it makes
reach out
me
and touch
wonder,
someone.
What's that?
what would a crossover score bug feature?
A crossover score?
If we had a
bug?
score bug for the crossover.
I don't know how many times one of us made someone laugh.
Mr. H counter.
Mr. H counter.
Mr. H counter would
100%.
have to be there.
Yeah, you being triggered by something.
Yep.
I don't get triggered by things.
Nah.
Yeah, for sure.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah, not
Number
one
of
time.
different topics that we've touched on.
We could just start putting odds up.
Yeah, there was a convo earlier from Theo. They not like us. Who asked? Oh wait, he's talking about Kanye here.
Oh,
Here we
no.
go. This crossover always kills it. Imagine Happer and USC combined 10-6 every day. Heart
My
emoji.
God. Could you stand there for 6 hours?
No, we'd get him
no,
a chair.
I would need a chair.
We need a new studio.
Yeah, we would need a new studio.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, don't say that. Then they might actually give us the studio, and then it's the mega show.
Oh yeah, yeah. Never mind. We don't want that.
It'd be fun to do radio with you guys every
and
day.
then, And then we would have to have a sink next to Josh in the studio.
That's true.
I wash my hands.
Wash our hands, take baths.
That's true.
It's too many. It'd be so many takes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
many takes.
Too many takes
How do
to
you
handle.
prep for an 8-hour show every day? It's a lot of.
Well, the good news
It's
is
just
that
vibes.
We'd have another person.
Guess it's just
eventually,
vibes.
eventually it could roll over. Then we could reuse a take from like 3 hours ago.
That's true. Yeah, way different audience. From
Yeah.
time to time.
That's true. Just
Yeah.
reset the show.
That's true.
Same
All
show
right.
twice. Okay, bye.
Bye, Happer.
That's Connor Happer Show. This is the Grum. That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is a sale so big that Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, and for a very limited time, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Carrier, turn to the experts. On qualifying equipment, for details, call or click.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, so football's done.
Yes!
Baseball's here.
Reading season, John, and college basketball. Look at all these things
Has
that are happening.
been going on.
It's starting today.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum before the snow arrives.
Now, how much snow are we supposed to get? What's going on here? What's the forecast?
Is it still starting at 8? Because when I checked this morning, it was going to
Yeah.
start around 8.
Well,
T to dash to 1 inch? What does T mean?
Trace.
Trace?
Yeah, today's not the big one.
When's the big one?
The big one, I'm using air quotes because
It's already
it's really not supposed to be.
Tuesday evening after 7.
Yeah.
Through Wednesday morning. Oh, 3 to 6 inches. That's actually snow. That's what KETV says. Newswatch 7.
But is that for Omaha or is that for Lincoln?
Omaha Metro.
Oh.
No offense.
So they've bumped it up.
Looks like Lincoln's the same. Looks like it's 3 to 6.
If you see the city treating the roads, we'll be fine. But if they're not treating the roads, then we're going to be snowed in.
No treatment right now.
Oh, I did see some on like 50th Street.
Man, I'm already tired of snow. This has
And
been
we
the
haven't
most
had
mild
any.
winter. This has been like, it's just been cold at times.
Yeah.
And it has been very windy. We have gotten lucky with the lack of snow.
It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
Duncan says 3 to 6 isn't nothing.
Many are saying.
Many are saying.
A lot of handshake memes from us.
But-
Well, from 2 of us.
Sometimes less than 3 can also be bad.
There we go. I pointed it correctly.
Well, yeah, 3 to 6 inches for us, 3 to 6 centimeters for us.
Hey.
Nice.
But from a snow perspective, 3 to 6 is going to feel like 12 to 15 because we haven't had any
I know,
for a
that's
long
true.
time.
People are still going to be idiot
and
drivers.
people will be like, "Oh my God, what's this on the ground? I forgot how come I can't still do 55 on a residential street?"
Yeah.
You know?
And then it's going to be cold for the next week. Like it's not going to pop above 40 for a little bit. So we're not going to get that immediate
Oh,
melting.
Nice, great. Yeah.
I hope that guy that cut me off this morning drives safer this week when the
Oh.
snow's on the ground than he did this morning. When he
Highly
went into my lane, braked right away, and then turned.
Oh yeah. I love those people.
Andrew
They're the
writes,
best.
the city has been treating the roads this morning. Problem is any type of rain before it turns to ice or snow makes it useless. Yeah, but we're not supposed to get any rain. It's too cold. So
Yeah, I think it's supposed to just start with snow.
All right.
Just, it
so
is
we're
what
doing
it is.
okay. All right. Good.
Well, welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank, where your money has people. And the Grum Down, presented by
Look at what you did, Nick.
the referees at John
No,
Higgins
I'm
Fire
actually
Department.
into this new bit. This is fun. I like this bit.
It was fun.
Keep it up, John.
And now it's bad.
Oh, you're just triggered because it's
Correct. Yes.
This would have been Chiefs. And I would have
I
used
know.
I would have used the Arrowhead logo because it's pointy.
It is.
So it would have pointed at
It's like
the
Matt
words.
Rule.
No, not that ridiculous.
Oh. They won, blah, blah, blah.
The Eagles sacked the Chiefs' three-peat hopes.
Nice. I get it. Because they sacked him 6 times.
I had the over on the sacks for predictions.
Same. Yeah.
Nice.
How did predictions go? Who won?
I think, believe it or not, I think Josh might actually have won.
No.
That's what happens when you pick the correct team to win the Super Bowl.
I usually
and
win
the
this
over.
one.
Well, the over had no business hitting, but the Eagles decided, we've got this in the bag.
Yeah, they're putting in their backups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are we going to define the Chiefs' dynasty?
Oh, no. That is a typical Bob Bishop poll question if I've ever seen it.
The weekend of basketball was good.
It was good. Basketball is awesome
How could you think about basketball during Super Bowl weekend?
because it's my job. Yeah.
Well, because they played all the games outside of the Super Bowl.
I watched the Creighton game. I watched the Nebraska game. I was following other games. Many games.
Many sides?
Many games, many sides.
So we better check those resumes or resumes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along,
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
as per his usual Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Big money goes around the world.
B1G money.
B1G money.
B1G money.
Michael Severe's Super Bowl winners list.
Michael Severe on a Monday.
Michael Severe is going. We actually asked if he wanted to come in, but he said, I was already planning on coming in. For some reason, even though the Saints didn't play, Michael Severe is in a very good mood today.
You know what? Because
he's
gonna keep watching the NFL. That's why.
true. This was the game
We
that was
still
going to
got him.
decide if he was going to keep
It's
playing.
pushing
watching
me
the NFL.
out, but it's bringing Michael back in.
Sacrifices have to be made.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's 100%.
The NFL has long been going after the 50 and above crowd and trying to tamp down the 40 and under crowd.
100%. 100%.
Why did the NBA approve that trade again?
Back to the Luca. My name is Luca.
And America hates Taylor, halftime shows, and score bugs.
Mm-hmm. Many things on many sides to discuss today.
402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up. On the text machine, Josh gets to see them.
I see them, and sometimes I even respond to you.
He reads all of them, though.
A couple of things. I do read them. Scott writes, no Mitch Holtis on the Grum Down. Mitch will be on the show on Wednesday.
At least we don't have to worry about having to change the day because of a parade.
That's true. Also, if you're wondering, whoa, I thought Jack Mitchell was on Mondays. Jack is going to be a Friday guest now.
He's moved.
He's moving to Friday, same time, 2:50 on Friday. So Jack will be on the show later this week. It'll be a weekend edition of Jack Mitchell.
There you go.
That's going to be weird.
It is.
He's going to be like chipper, probably in a better mood, previewing
Or is he
things?
going to be more tired like John gets on Fridays?
Oh, excellent question, especially now that he's double
I
dipping.
thought we all agreed we get tired of it.
I don't. I like Fridays.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
Mondays, after the team that you hate wins the Super Bowl, is the worst day.
I work the latest out of the rest of the days of the week on Fridays, so I kind of hate Fridays.
Wow. Well, you too. Handshake me.
I didn't hate Fridays. I just said I'm more
You're
tired on
sleepy. Yeah.
Did you? How bad was it last night?
Oh,
I was very happy for my wife. I've seen her. No, I was very happy for her. I don't want to say it's the happiest I've ever seen her because then that implies that our wedding day was number 2.
Did she seem happier than your wedding?
No, she seemed happier on our wedding day. But this is definitely the happiest that I have seen her in a wedding proposal
life event
anniversary.
setting.
Yes, this is easily the happiest I've ever seen her. And because the game was such a blowout, I never even had to, because I told her, I said, I want you to be happy. Thus, I wanted the Eagles to win for her. I wanted them to win so she would be happy. I'm happy for her. I congratulated her. I said, congrats. And then I was like, I'm going to go watch Andor.
And then you ran into the bedroom, locked the door, barricaded it with nailed 2x4s,
You're
and
not
said,
that far off.
I am not letting you in here for celebratory Eagles sex.
I put on my headphones. I said, I'm going to go watch Andor. I'll see you later.
Oh, you even wore headphones?
Yes, because she was watching this celebration stuff.
Yeah, but you're in a separate room.
Yeah, we live
The celebration!
right next door to each. I mean, it's like the door and then her. So I was like,
Your
I'll just
walls made out of cardboard or something?
No, plus it's really good with the headphones. My headphones are great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I watched 2 episodes of Andor.
I mean, it's very
including maybe the coolest episodes of the show.
It's very convenient that they also keep you from hearing what's happening in the other room.
Well, yes, that I didn't have to hear her smiling and laughing and Nick Sirianni speaking. Also was a positive about wearing the headphones. I didn't see any of the photos of celebration until this morning, and I think I decided the next day is actually worse than the day. I woke up and I couldn't fall back asleep starting at 4 a.m. Mainly because I went into existential Cowboys dread.
You officially live in a world where the Eagles had won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, since we've been together.
That's true.
Yeah, because when we started dating, they had just won, but in our relationship,
now it's a reality.
And before this year, the Cowboys had beaten the Eagles twice in a season. The Eagles had never beaten the Cowboys twice since we had, again, been together. Now, I mean, she'll forever have one up. The only thing that would be worse is if they would have played a third time and Dallas wouldn't have lost that game, or would have lost that game too.
Smiles and glory holes.
I'm happy for her. She's really pumped.
Well,
and we're not moving into a house with a bathroom in our bedroom.
Not a bathroom,
or a sink.
just a sink.
So, things are looking really good for her right now. Really good.
After you barricaded yourself in the room last night,
Andor.
If you were thirsty, you could have just grabbed some bedroom
Great point.
water.
Great point. Instead, he
filled up my cup, Nick. I was good to go.
Yeah, but what if we would have ran out?
Yeah, because watching Andor can be thirsty business.
Yeah, I was thirsty in bed last night, but my water was too far away. And I was cuddled up under the blanket.
Josh would have had to sneak out the window and
Trying not
knock
to-
on the neighbor's door and say, "Could you fill my water bottle, please? I can't go out."
I was trying not to cry last night.
There's too much Saquon Barkley celebration.
Not even that. Man, the under hits on Saquon.
That's frustrating.
They locked him down. It's the only thing they locked down.
It's the only thing they locked down. Am I right? Oh
yeah.
boy, it was
Not great.
BADD bad.
Yeah, not great.
So there you go. There's your Grum. Also got a couple of poll questions for you, and we're going to get into the Chiefs dynasty talk a little bit later on.
Lord.
Well, it is a fascinating conversation because this is a team that has won 3 of the last 6.
Yep.
But the 2 they lost, they got dismantled.
Mm-hmm.
And then the wife conveniently sent me a graphic today comparing Joe Montana to Patrick Mahomes. I didn't realize Mahomes has a 10-7 touchdown to interception ratio in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he hasn't had a whole lot.
Meanwhile, Joe Montana did not throw any interceptions in a Super Bowl.
People
ever.
forget, yeah.
But how would you define this Chiefs dynasty? It's still a dynasty. It's a weak dynasty, just a good run, or no dynasty at all. You can vote right now on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page. In fact, I'll hit the retweet so that you can see it at the top header of your Twitter feed right now.
Okay.
And then the other question, did you like the Fox scorebug?
Excellent question. We will definitely be discussing that on the show today.
I'm sure we will.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. I mentioned the hotline, 402-951-1620. You know, I'm going to, and I'm not doing this to troll you, Josh. Don't worry.
Yeah, I bet.
No. The Josh Sweat hotline. The Josh Sweat should have been the MVP hotline.
Oh, wow.
I mean, somebody from that defense should have been the MVP.
Should have given it to Fangio.
Well, you can't do that. It's not the coach of the game.
Hurts wouldn't have had that great second half. I thought it was going to be DeJean. I thought it was going to be Cooper.
I mean, that's not a bad one either, but I would have gone with Josh Sweat, who had 2 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks.
Pretty good.
6 solos, 3 quarterback hits.
Pretty good.
Somebody from the defense. I mean, when the Cowboys won in that same stadium, this is many years ago.
Yeah, I know.
It was Harvey Martin and
Friend of the Grum, right?
and friend of the Grum, Randy White.
Yeah.
And yeah, they had good games, but it was more symbolic of just how well the Cowboy defense played.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We have become so quarterback pilled where every MVP has to go to a quarterback. That even mentioning, I mean, it took a 2,000-yard season from Saquon Barkley just to get him to be allowed to be mentioned. To be allowed to be mentioned. We've jumped the shark.
Can you name in the last decade the 3 players who were not quarterbacks that won the Super Bowl MVP?
In how many years? How many years?
Last 10.
Back? Well, Cooper,
your
his
boy,
name, rightly so. He should have been the season MVP.
No, it's not your boy anymore.
That's one of them.
He's still on the team,
For
and
now.
he'll always be in. He'll always be in my heart.
So you got one of them. You got 2 more.
Let's.
What if he goes to the Cowboys?
Well, that's
He'll suck. He'll be on the
that's a different
end of his career.
That's a different story.
It's not going to go well for anybody.
Man, that's a good question. Trying
I got
to
the
think
answers
back.
for you.
I know you do, but
Want me to give you a hint?
Well, I'm just trying to think back through the last 10 years and who would have had big games. They're all offensive, right?
There is a defensive player in this list. And if you don't figure it out and then I name him, you're going to be like, duh. You're going to get really mad because it's last 10 years.
Did what's his name win for the interception against Seattle?
No. Oh, you're talking about Malcolm Smith?
Yeah.
That would have been before.
Oh, that's before.
That's
that's
right
been
before.
more than 10 years.
That's 2014, yeah. So it would have been.
We're running out of time. Who is
Von Miller.
Oh, of course. Yes, Vaughn in Super Bowl 50.
And Julian Edelman when the
Patriots
beat
came
the
back.
Rams. No, when they beat the Rams. Yeah, Brady won it for the comeback, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Brady won it.
I tried to purge
multiple
that
times.
out of my mind. I forgot Edelman won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before that, though,
that wasn't a great one for MVPs either.
Yeah, it was such a low-scoring game, you didn't know who to give it to.
I still maintain that the Patriots punter, when they cheated to win Super Bowl 36, should have been the MVP of that game because he kept pinning the Rams deep.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember his name was like Zasco or something, some weird name. He should have been the MVP. But yeah, we're so damn quarterback.
We do love quarterbacks. We do love quarterbacks.
A lot of people like quarterbacks.
They do. All right. And you can email the Grum. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. The Eagles are champs on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, Blue Jay basketball tomorrow night. The Jays are now ranked 24th. Take on UConn, who's no longer ranked. 8 o'clock tip-ish.
Are you?
Because I'm sure they'll push it back several minutes because, TV does that.
Are you happy
that
the Jays are ranked?
I was kind of hoping they'd stay out.
You're not the first person I've heard say that.
I'm a bit because the best part about basketball, actually now it's in football
Making
too.
them. Oh,
the AP rankings don't mean a damn thing. People still get emotional over them for some reason, but they don't mean a thing.
People love numbers.
You don't
It's all
need
about
them.
Bart and net, right?
Yeah,
it is. You don't. It's only about net. It's only about the selection committee.
It's only about what the selection committee deems.
Yeah, but people like being able to watch a game on TV and there's a little number next to their name.
I guess,
People
but
love that crap.
I know they do, but
People like to be able to compartmentalize. It's like, oh, this
But
team
John,
must be better than
AP rankings in football don't matter either, and yeah, we're still obsessed with those. So,
no, that's why I said people are still obsessed with them.
No matter
and
the
listen,
sport.
from the historical record
That's
of
why
it,
it's nice.
That's why it's nice.
I like it,
but
for
in the moment,
Yeah, it
if
doesn't
I'm
matter.
the fan of a team, I think it's better not to be or to be underranked so you can use it for motivation versus if you're maybe rated a little higher than you should be.
Yeah, I like it for preseason to see who drops out. Obviously, the end of the season because it's a historical marker. And then I do like some of the goofy things like this team has been ranked number 1 12 weeks in a row, which is the first time in however many years.
Sure,
so this team's been in the top 5 or top 10.
I'm not saying we get rid of the rankings.
Yeah.
I just, the fact that people get emotional over it.
Yeah, people like get mad online.
Is a little funny.
People like get mad online.
Well, people.
Speaking of mad online.
Did you see this?
Uh-oh. What are we starting with, John?
Did you hear about this?
What are we starting with? Ha! I did see this.
I retweeted this.
So early in the
Big
this was
Barstool guy
this
did.
was after
I
the
know.
first interception. I think I didn't even think he had thrown the second one.
Well,
yet.
let's see, 6:46 p.m. So you're an hour.
Well, maybe it was after the second
I
interception.
think that was the pick six.
the pick six.
I think that was the pick. Maybe it was the second INT.
The folks at Pardon My Take, one of the most popular sports podcasts in America, put out a tweet that said the Mahomes that showed up to the Super Bowl, and it's the picture of Dylan Raiola walking through campus looking very Patrick Mahomesy.
Not great.
Except he's wearing the Husker gear.
Yeah.
He's got the glasses, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Cold-blooded.
oh boy.
Cold-blooded.
And that's the thing.
And funny.
The thing about it is,
And funny.
if this would have been rando Iowa fan,
People around here would love it.
well, they would love it because they would know, oh, you hate us. You hate us because you hate it. One of those things. But the fact that this was Pardon My Take.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That
Sorry,
put
I
this
thought
up.
you were saying if he played for Iowa.
No.
You're saying if it would have been in Iowa.
No,
now,
I'm saying if this tweet, because there were some folks last year when all the Uncle Cuzzo, brother, cousin, Luca, whatever, I can't remember what was the
He calls him Little Cuzzo.
Little Cuzzo,
and then we started calling him Uncle Cuzzo.
Uncle Cuzzo, whatever.
Yeah.
But when that stuff started going around, you did have people from other Big Ten compounds, mainly Iowa, who were like, yeah, this is silly. Stop cosplaying him, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But the fact that this was the Pardon My Take guys, which again, one of the most popular podcasts, huge online presence that did this last night. It was like, oh, God.
Pretty funny.
I mean, it is funny.
But there seems like, is there a but?
Well, the but is that I guess this is the good that comes with the
John,
bad, right?
we don't have to apologize for making fun of people.
No, I'm not apologizing for it, but this is just the good that comes from the bad. Everyone was celebrating it last year when it was Little Cuzzo, Uncle Cuzzo.
Okay,
all this
I
other stuff.
misunderstood.
But if Mahomes plays poorly or fails on the
Raiola
biggest
played poorly
stage,
last year,
or
so-
when Raiola plays poorly, this stuff gets out. This is why one of the reasons why I would just like to see Dylan be his own guy.
For sure.
I get it. We've all done it. We've all mimicked our favorite people we looked at growing up.
100%.
But the Mahomes cosplay stuff can get a little old. It's just I'd like to see him kind of develop his own thing.
100%. Yeah, because it's going to land one way. It's definitely going to land a different way if you're not performing very well. And he had essentially 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio last week. And then, yeah, I mean, to do this last night during the worst Patrick Mahomes game that he has had as a pro in the Super Bowl, no less, was I laughed pretty hard.
What the hell?
What's going on here?
What are you talking about?
Did Nick plan a new bit that he didn't tell us about for the show
Why
today?
is there music playing in my earphones?
I mean, I definitely recognize it.
Well, I do too, but Movie Club is on Friday.
That's true.
Anyway, this is. I mean, I was maybe this is a transition into talking about how the Eagles pressured Mahomes all that last night and didn't have to blitz.
Looked like sharks last night. Whoa!
What? Oh my God! Where did that come from?
I don't like it.
The Fox scoreboard has randomly appeared on our video feed.
You know what? We should call it a score butt.
A score butt?
That's what it looks like.
Is that what I called it?
Tina, did someone smuggle in a cello?
I guess. Oh,
Uh,
that was.
Can we make it go away?
I'd like to.
Can we make it go away?
I mean, the good news, Chiefs fans, is it's still when the
It's
score is
0-0.
0-0.
The
So
game.
you still have a chance.
Well
but-
within doubt. Well within doubt.
I mean, we
Oh.
warned you. We
Thank
warned
God.
you on Friday this was coming.
First reported by Unsportsmanlike Conduct via that Twitter account.
we did it.
Yep. Shout out to us.
But
You're welcome, and we're sorry.
this was the best. Forget about Twitter. For me, anecdotally, this was the best reaction or most telling reaction that, oh my God, it's back again. So Sam, my
McEwen?
oldest, who is not of football, he occasionally plays the Madden game, but he doesn't watch football.
Mm-hmm.
He decided to come over, because, with all the falderall that happens before the Super Bowl, the anthem,
Coin toss,
all that stuff.
singing
So,
and songing.
so he came over to my side of the room and he sat down on the couch and he started watch the first quarter of the game.
Look at that. Father and son.
But when he outwardly laughed when the score bug first appeared on the screen, I mean, he did. He just because I'm sitting there watching and, you don't see the score bug until either right at kickoff or right after the kickoff. That's when they pop it on.
Yeah.
As soon as it popped on, he did kind of one of your laughs. And that's all I needed to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, this is a guy who is not of football. He doesn't watch a lot of sports. But he would be the definite example of a casual who just pops in on this game because it's the big thing to do. And that was the best anecdotal evidence that I needed that this thing doesn't connect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me, as a sports viewer and a broadcast guy, so I've kind of been around, not as much with TV, obviously, but I kind of understand why they do certain things that they do. My reaction is going to be different than just a casual. But when it's that distracting, where someone who is
That
casual
ugly.
just pops in and just, what? It tells you all you need to know about how bad it was.
I think I've been thinking about this a lot since last night, and I know a lot of people who do graphic design types of things, and there's been a very big push for minimalism.
I was going to say, Nick.
and I think that they went too far.
But it was
It's like beyond minimalism.
Yeah, it was
Band name,
minimalism,
album name.
but it was also very large.
Mhm.
I mean, the score numbers are large. The big, KC and PHI are large.
Yeah.
So it was minimalistic, but it wasn't.
And it didn't connect. Nothing. It was there.
It was
Everything
so
was
disjointed.
floating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like stuff like this. I need it to kind of have like a connection with the graphic. At the very least, it gives you the pertinent info, but it is just, again, it is so simplistic. I like the ones that have the team logos on them. I want timeouts, down and distance. And again, and I'll flash it back up. Look at the play.
God.
The play clock is so far away from the game clock.
Mhm.
And,
That's the play clock.
that's the play clock.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
I like it when they're next to each other because you're looking at both at the same time to see where's the play clock at.
I mean, that part didn't bother me.
I didn't.
It's just the overall look. It's just so bad. And again, if they would have debuted this for the Rams game when it was snowing, imagine trying to see those numbers, the score,
that's a good point, yeah.
with all the snow on the
If
ground.
only there were outlines, John?
Well, but I'm with Josh. It all needs to be a solid graphic.
100%. I'm with
Like every
you
other
guys.
score bug, where it's a solid graphic where the numbers are clearly offset with some kind of a background. And can we stop with the stupid city abbreviations now? We have enough room on the screen. Can't we just spell out Chiefs, Eagles, or Philadelphia, Kansas? I don't like the abbreviations. I think they look stupid.
Okay, I've seen.
Especially when it's
Is that why
this
you always
big.
do the thing where you're like, it's pho versus k?
We do have high definition now. I think we can support that.
Yes.
I've never been bothered by abbreviations.
We don't need the abbreviations. Because
that's not the take I expected today.
That is an interesting.
No, I've never liked the abbreviations. Why can't we use, I mean, we've got like in the end zones, it's painted Chiefs, Eagles. Why can't we use that?
Because they don't want tiny font.
But it's not. You can make it big enough to read it. It wouldn't be this big.
No.
But why don't we use that?
I don't know.
Because that's the identifiable logo of those teams, and it's painted right there in the freaking end zone. And I think it looks cool. But instead, we used oversized letters and, what is that? Arial bold or impact or whatever that font is.
Default font that everybody likes to use.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, even if it's just the helmet logos.
Seriously, I want logos.
The team logos. I'm fine with that.
That's why the best one right now, in my opinion, is Amazon's. It has all the pertinent information. It looks clean. It looks really good. It gives you everything you need to know. And that's what you need in a scorebook. This does not give you everything you need to know. And it also looks gaudy.
I'll take back that ESPN one that I hated for this.
Which ESPN one?
Is that the one with like the lights and like how it would
light
the
up? SEC one?
The SEC one, yeah.
I like that graphic.
We did ask you a poll question about the bug.
Yeah? Is this one of our most lopsided poll questions that we've ever done?
Does the bug bug you?
Well, let me see if I gotta go find it. There's so many links.
You did a lot. I had somebody in my life tell me today, man, John does a lot of poll questions.
I just did too.
He loves poll questions.
I just did a couple.
Oh.
I thought this was
you can't
very
find
pertinent.
one, so.
No, I got it.
Okay.
What is the score bug? What do you think? You like it? Not great, but not bad. This is pretty bad. Or, dear God, that's awful.
And?
Right now, with 34% of the vote, dear God, that's awful is in the lead.
Yep.
With this is pretty bad at 27%. So
you combine those together.
You're at 61%.
Yikes. Not great.
Big yikes.
Not great, but not bad, 25%. And the sickos who liked it are at 14.
Wow, interesting.
That's just Stibbs and all of his burners.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's never going to forget this score bug. He's going to say it was the best score bug.
Oh, of course they will.
Because the Chiefs lost.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they will.
How about this? I did see a take that the score bug looked like that because they wanted it to look better on a phone screen. They do design a lot of this stuff, John, not for the regular TV viewing anymore, but for the secondary stuff and for people who watch on their phones.
Which is insane because who the hell is watching the Super Bowl on their phone?
People from your generation, Nick.
Some are, but not that many.
And but like highlights and stuff in the future.
But you're doing it for the highlights?
I'm not saying it's the right reason. I'm just saying.
Paige made a joke to me yesterday. She's like, okay, so I'm going to watch TV here and you're going to watch the Super Bowl on your phone, right? I'm like, there's no way in hell I will ever watch the Super Bowl on my phone.
The original, the graphic that this replaced, that was easily seen on a phone.
That's just the theory from Strigori.
Oh, I'm not saying it's wrong necessarily, and I wouldn't doubt that there's probably some redesign that's got, viewing beyond television.
100%. They really think about that.
But again, I would have loved to have been in a room where this was because I'm guessing they went through different concepts, right? Anytime you do stuff like this, you go through different concepts of what it should look like. And at some point, it got to a testing process where multiple people watched it, looked at it. I would love to have been a fly on the wall. Were these all yes people?
Well, I just found...
Were these all related to the graphic designer?
I mean, Nick said it earlier that there is, minimalism with graphic design is very, very in right now.
But again, this wasn't minimalist.
It is minimalist, but
it's ugly.
But it's both. It's both minimalistic and ugly.
Yeah, but it's not really minimalist because it's so gaudy. It's just bleh.
No, it's minimalist in that there's not a whole lot of elements.
I mean,
what?
Yeah, it's
you want minimalist? Go back to the original Fox box.
That's
minimalist.
Yeah, that's definitely. But this is also minimalist. Just because it's big doesn't mean it.
Yeah, but it's a lot more colorful and stuff. Like to me, minimalist.
It's like 3 colors.
Minimalism.
That's enough colors.
Minimalism doesn't mean lack of color.
Yeah, John. It's like it's a flat graphic. It's
Either way, it's whatever it is. Somebody they got too many like-minded people.
Yeah, no one to
who
push
approved
back.
this.
Not great.
And I mean, the fact that most of America was tweeting about it while the game is being played and it's still in doubt. I mean, this wasn't after the Eagles got up 34-0.
Yikes.
I hope they don't take the wrong idea out of this. Like, oh, people are talking about it. It's compelling. Maybe we should keep doing it.
I think I'd be surprised if they
I did see
punted on it.
I did see a tinfoil hat conspiracy that said the reason why they did this was to get people complaining about that so they wouldn't focus on Tom Brady.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Which is funny. Not true, but funny.
No, because you also still had to hear what Tom Brady was saying.
Yeah.
There were points where I'm like, what the hell, dude? What is this?
Honestly, the way that Brady always gutturally reacts to big plays, I'm almost surprised that when it first popped up on the screen that he didn't do the same thing my son did and just go, ah!
A text from the 402. My God, move on. This is enough scorebug talk. Don't you have a segment for this crap called I Don't Care? Should we have saved this for Thursday's show?
Oh, because then all of us would have included it, and then that's not fun. This way we can all talk about how much we don't care about it in one.
Well, apparently a lot of people talked about it. A lot of people didn't like it.
Many were saying.
Yeah. Many were saying.
Bad.
Well, that's all right, Chiefs fans. We'll break down the game next.
Awesome.
Including an on-the-money prediction that I missed.
Oh, when I said that.
This is an actual on-the-money prediction. Even better, much better than yours because it was very detailed.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone. But, we're going to be hitting snow here in the next couple of days, and which means our weather's going to turn very cold once again. It's a good reminder that next time you walk by your windows and you feel that draft, you're going, oh, wow, maybe these things need to be replaced. And there's few things that can upgrade a home, the look of a home, as well as the functionality of a home better than new windows. And with your home improvement company, well, this can be a game-changing deal. It's an unbeatable deal. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Yeah, you can get 50% off your window purchase. A deal you don't want to miss. And these are great energy-efficient triple-pane windows, so the leaks will be gone. You're going to see a difference in comfort. You're going to see a difference in your energy bill. Plus, they look fantastic. They're made in the USA, so you upgrade the look, you upgrade the feel, you upgrade the value of your home, and it's 50% off a window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. And with easy financing, no money down, no interest, no payments until 2026. Seriously, this is something you don't want to pass up. So call your home improvement company today at 402-764-1720. Schedule a free home-in consultation. Let me repeat, 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Call 402-764-1720 right now. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Go to yhic.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. A dynasty comes crashing down. Well, I mean, they're still good. They still won 3 out of the last 6, but the three-peat came crashing down last night.
Yes.
Hard. And I would sit here. Well, I will, because I would not have. Would I have said if there is going to be a blowout that the Eagles would be the team that do it? I did.
You said that 2 weeks ago today.
I do believe I said that, and I'm kicking myself for not sticking with my prediction. I wasn't predicting a blowout. I said if it happened,
no, I know
it would be that way.
I left 2 weeks ago thinking you were going to pick that to happen. And last week, as we were breaking down the game, and we went through a lot of the props, and one of them was, will a team be up by 14.5? And I said yes, because I thought the Eagles were going to control a lot of this game. And I am kicking myself because I had a conversation with Shafe yesterday morning where I kind of laid out like, dude, I just think it's possible. What was the thing that everyone was saying about this game? The Eagles are more talented at running back, at wide receiver, at offensive line. They have the better defense. They just don't have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And they so nullified those two things that all of the other stuff, it worked in their favor.
But how many times have we seen it? I mean, it's not like all of those Patriots, especially the later years, Patriots teams with Belichick and Brady. Yeah, they had good defenses.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they were great.
Certainly not what they were in 01, 03, and 04.
Where we just look and say, well, they got the coach and they got the quarterback. And I'll be honest, that was the thing that pushed me over the top and said, well, this is where I think the Chiefs are going to win because they got Mahomes. Yeah. Mahomes is the proven guy in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if you would have told me a few days ago, yeah, the Eagles are going to win going away. Oh, and Saquon Barkley's not even going to get 75 yards rushing.
You would have said,
I would have said, you're what?
You would have said, well, okay, what happened? And
you're what?
I think my takeaway of, so what happened, I guess I have many of them, but one of them is the Chiefs team that we kind of thought they were for a lot of the season just picked the worst time to show up, but play even worse, you know, because the Eagles, that score could have been worse. They reached the 50 or better. I don't know on how many straight drives to start the game. I think it was 4 and they still only had 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know, on one hand, I'm thinking, wow, they're dominating this game and only up by 7. The Chiefs are lucky because this is going to get a whole lot worse. The other, of course, is, wow, they wasted all those opportunities and you gave Patrick Mahomes.
And you gave Patrick Mahomes the opening that he needed.
It never mattered. How long did it take for them to get a first down? Until like the second
Well,
drive
they got a first down on the first play.
And then how long did it take them to get another first down?
Not until the second half.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I didn't look up all the box scores because it's hard to find just first half box scores. It had to be the worst first half of offensive football in Super Bowl history. They only had 20 some odd yards and 1 first down.
Yeah.
I mean, just brutal.
How about this stat from Doug Clausen, and Clausen works for CBS Sports. The Chiefs' performance versus the Eagles was the only game in the NFL this season where an offense did not run a single play in opponent territory in its first 9 drives. It took that many drives for them to even cross the 50-yard line. Reminiscent in a way of the Alabama-LSU rematch in the national championship a little over a decade. Remember how bad that was and how LSU couldn't cross the 50-yard line? That's what it was. So here's some more sad Chiefs numbers. Mahomes, 6 of 14 for 33 yards, 2 touchdowns in the first half.
2 interceptions.
2 interceptions, excuse me. 33 yards were the fewest he has ever had in the first half of any NFL game. 10.9 passer rating, 3rd worst from any quarterback in the first half of a game this season. EPA per dropback, minus 1.36 was the 10th worst by any quarterback in the first half of any game since the start of 2018. And they did that, and this stat was starting to make the rounds late in the game, with a 4-man or 3-man pass rush on every single drop back. Every time that the Chiefs dropped back, there was 4 or 3-man men rushing, and usually it was 4. And they got home 6 times.
He dropped back 42 times. The Eagles blitzed on 0.0% of the snaps.
Incredible.
I mean, they got pressure. And how many times do we say it? If you can get pressure with 4, and they did. That was, I mean, think about it. And I know, there's a lot of Mahomes played poorly, but the second interception, the diving interception that set up the Eagles' last touchdown in the first half. I mean, the tackle is getting pushed into Mahomes, and Mahomes is off balance.
Yeah, because live, I'm like, how the hell did he throw it so poorly? And then you see the replay.
And then you see the replay.
Yeah.
I mean, so even on the plays where they didn't get to him, they affected him.
Well, and his feet, and Brady pointed this out at one point, he had happy feet. You know, the drive that results in the pick six, that really the floodgates open. Sack, and then if you watch the replay of the third down, he starts moving immediately because he is obviously afraid of getting smashed. And then he rolls to his right, throws across his body. Totally didn't see Cooper DeJean wide open in the flats, and then he returns it for the touchdown.
There's going to be, because there always is. I mean, obviously, the teams don't talk about their intimate game plans before a game, but you know how this game always gets broken down to the nth degree when the NFL Films folks or the NFL Network folks or the ESPN folks, whoever it is, really dive deep into this game, and they sit down with Vic Fangio and they sit down with, all the principals, and they talk about, we're going to hear a lot about how the Eagles saw the Chiefs. And I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a little bit of going back to not to be Tom Brady, but going back to the Bucs Super Bowl. Because remember, the thing that derailed the Chiefs in that game was the pass rush.
Yeah.
The Bucs pass rush just absolutely ate up that offensive line. I remember talking with Mitch after that game about how bad the offensive line was. And this was the same thing.
Yep.
It was bad, and it makes you wonder, was it because the matchup is really bad? Is it the superiority of Philadelphia's line? Or did the Chiefs not play enough teams that would have prepared them for this? Because we talked about it. The Bills' defense wasn't great.
No.
They saw the Ravens in week 1.
Before the Ravens' defense got good.
The Texans disruptive defense, but
a
lot more of that's predicated on, extra pressure and Will Anderson.
Everybody caused problems with the Chiefs offense this year. And it's like, that's why I go back to what I said at the start of the segment of, was this just the chickens coming home to roost? Where all year long we're watching them saying, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And I guess collectively you said there's no way they're going to win the Super Bowl. You are right. They still got to the game, but then they look, it's like one of those weird SEC Big Ten National Championships from 15 years ago where it's like, well, they're completely overmatched and they don't look like they belong on the field.
No.
And that's what it was from snap one. And that they didn't get anywhere near A+ Saquon Barkley is, in a way, the biggest stunner of them all. Just an absolute ass whooping.
So one person saw this coming. Andrew Brandt of SI.com, in their Super Bowl prediction column from last week, had the following 2 paragraphs. I know the Eagles can look almost disinterested at times, but in the end, talent rules. They are the most talented team in the league, and I'm not sure it's close.
Yep.
That talent advantage, especially with offensive and defensive lines, will prove out in the Super Bowl. And yes, I don't think the game will be close. The Chiefs are the better story if they win, but they are not the best team in this game. So that's his paragraph. Then there's a bold prediction under it. Bold prediction. I predict Mahomes will have one of the worst games of his career. It won't just be a subpar game. It will be downright poor. I'm not sure he's seen a defensive line like the one the Eagles have, and they will wreak havoc on the Chiefs' line.
Spot on.
I mean,
absolutely spot on.
100%.
The talent advantage showed itself. The defensive line showed itself. When we were going through some of the stuff on Friday, I had a couple of stats, and I wanted to hit on those again. Since the bye week in week 5 for the Eagles, Jalen Hurts had attempted 13 passes while trailing in the second half. 4 versus the Panthers, 9 versus the Commanders. I wondered what happens with game script. Well, you can throw that question out because they dominated from snap 1. Even when they were only up 7-0, they were moving the ball. The Eagles were not. I had this other stat from Bill Barnwell. Again, since that bye, the Eagles had gone 15-1, plus 27 in the turnover margin, and they'd won their games by 13.8 points per game. So add another win, so they went 16-1 after the bye. Add another plus 2 to the turnover margin, so they went plus 29 in those 17 games. And then add 18 more points that they scored in terms of margin of victory. And so over the course of basically the whole season, outside of 4 games, they went 16-1, they were plus 29, and they beat their teams by 14.1 points per game. And, towards the end of the year, we were like, wow, this is like one of the wildest, when they were 15-1 seasons we've ever seen. Because most 15-1 seasons that we have seen in the NFL history, that team dominated. and took no prisoners, and this one didn't. Meanwhile, now I look in hindsight and I say the Eagles just had like the quietest 13-win season that we have ever seen before. And in the end, a lot of it was just staring us right in the face. You look at some of the wins they had in the back half of the season. They beat the Ravens. You know, they kind of kicked off the Steelers' downfall when they beat them. You know, they didn't play two teams that I would have liked them to play. It would have been an interesting matchup. They didn't play the Ravens, or excuse me, they didn't play the Lions, and they didn't play the Bills. It's the only two teams that we didn't see them against. But I have no doubt that they would have beaten either of those two teams, given the way that they looked at the end of the season. They were a frickin' wagon by the end of this football season. Frickin' wagon.
Dan writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, not surprised as the Chiefs' O-line has been a big concern all year.
Yeah.
It has been a concern, but did we expect this?
I did not expect this.
Did we expect this?
No, I didn't. I thought they'd win. Did not see it just being a laugher from essentially the second quarter. Once the pick six makes it 17-0, and I didn't think there was any way that the Chiefs were going to come back from that.
Yeah.
The best pick six ever.
Okay, Nick, it was fine. It was a normal pick six.
Thank you, Cooper DeJean.
Hey, it was pretty good.
Tim writes in, Reed fell back to his old Eagles ways last night, abandoned the run way too quick. I've seen this criticism.
Abandon it? They never did it. They never tried.
I've seen this critique quite a bit today. The final numbers, 11 carries, 49 yards. Patrick Mahomes led the way, 4 for 25. Kareem Hunt, 3 for 9. Samaje Perine, 1 for 8. Isaiah Pacheco, 3 for 7. The longest run they had was 8 yards.
They never tried. And the Rams had success running the ball on the Eagles. Washington at times had success running the ball against the Eagles. Let's not make this Eagles defense out to be the 85 Bears, because they weren't. They're a great pass rushing team. They're covering on the back end, but they weren't. They were good at run defense, but not great.
I think since week 11, he said they were like a top 10 defense all time.
Yeah, but trust me, as closely as I watched it, you could run on them. But you had to commit to it. And the Chiefs never even tried to commit to it.
Real quick, who was the best running team in the NFL this year? Who was the team that if they were lining up that you trusted the most as a running team this year? Baltimore.
Baltimore was up there.
Yeah. And in the end, they rushed for 5.2 yards per carry, but a lot of that's Lamar. Derrick Henry only had 4.3 yards per carry, along of 19.
Yeah, but in the NFL, 4.3 can get you
for sure.
places.
For sure.
Again, they weren't. You could run on them. The fact that they didn't even try.
See, I don't think that. See, this is where I guess I'll disagree. You're right that you can run on them. I don't think the Chiefs could have, though, because I don't think the Chiefs have a good running game. I don't think those guys are awesome.
But they needed to try. They needed to try.
I think
because one of the if you were worried about them running the ball on you and grinding clock,
yeah,
and this is not an explosive team. The Chiefs are not an explosive offensive team. They're gonna work drives. The fact that they only had 8 non-Mahomes rushing plays,
pretty wild.
It should have been pretty readily apparent that, hey, we got to do something.
On the drive after the pick six, they tried to run -2 yards. They tried to run 3 yards, and then Mahomes got sacked on 3rd and 9. It's like even on that drive, when they tried to do it to begin the drive, they couldn't muster anything. Yikes.
Still to come, we're going to talk with Mitch Sherman.
Nice.
Some interesting numbers came out in terms of Big Ten financials, including one about Nebraska that was like eye-raising.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Very eyebrow-raising. Nebraska basketball gets another big win. Creighton basketball gets another big win. Omaha basketball gets another big win.
Hit them cans.
I was going to say, you have a trash can noise for us, Nick?
There's no trash cans here.
Sad.
16:20 the zone. couple weeks ago when Nebraska was in the throes of a 6-game losing streak, some people on this radio station, maybe multiples on multiple shows, were basically shoveling the last scoops of dirt onto the Nebraska basketball grave and saying, "It's over. It's over."
I can't believe that you would say such things about Josh Johnson.
No, he said they were good.
He has apologized for his opinions, John.
But have you apologized for?
Dude, I can't believe this.
I
don't believe it.
I both can.
John Kerry's at the bottom of that pile.
I both can and can't believe this.
Why can you and why can't you?
Why can I? Because I did see this team win some good games this year and play well this year.
Yeah, didn't they beat a team that you cover on a day-by-day basis by a lot?
By 11, yes. I mean, when you combine the last 3 games, though, Creighton still leads in the aggregate. So,
damn, that's true. Even though Nebraska has 2 wins, that's wild.
But in all seriousness,
yeah.
I mean, this was a team that, and maybe this is one of the frustrating things about it, because I think I said it in the moment when the 6-game losing streak was happening.
Yeah,
this was inside this team. The losing was inside this team.
Yeah.
I can also say the same thing about the winning.
Sure.
So that's why I'm not surprised by it. But then the other part is, and maybe this is the good thing if you're a Nebraska fan, the reason I am surprised is because usually when this thing circles the drain, it finds the bottom of the drain. Usually once Nebraska basketball starts doing this and circling the drain, it finds the bottom of the drain.
The surprise is that they have been able to pull the plane up. And I think in how they have pulled the plane up, when they were up on Illinois and Illinois slowly chipped away and they forced overtime in what would have been the 7th consecutive loss, and they pretty much stiff-arm them the entire OT and win. That's one thing, It's like that's not what I expected. And then the next game, they're up by a lot of points on Oregon, and then suddenly it's a game again, and in the second half, they're always able to keep them just far enough away. And then Washington, they make an abnormal amount of threes. Abnormal amount of threes for any team, let alone that garbage-ass team, John.
I mean, it's literally the same. I mean,
they made their first 7.
They've made 10 threes on 5 other occasions.
They made
Washington
8 of their
has.
first 9.
A very normal amount of threes.
And then they made 1 the rest of the game. But in all seriousness, that was a game that I've watched this program squander away my entire life. And they win it by double digits. And then this game against Ohio State is another one where they have a nice early lead, and then Ohio State takes the lead at the half. And again, they make heady plays. I'll be honest, it makes the 6-game losing streak more perplexing. Maybe not that they lost any or all of them, but how they lost a few of them, where they just went so sideways so fast and that they weren't able to find a way to win the Iowa game or the Rutgers game or the USC game.
Sometimes you're the Eagles, sometimes you're the Chiefs.
Sometimes you're the Eagles, sometimes you're the Chiefs. That's true, Nick.
It's no coincidence, though, that when you look at the Bart numbers, and again, he does the adjusted offense, adjusted defense. So this is their offensive and defensive efficiency, then adjusted by opponent. So you get a little more credit when you play a better team, maybe not as much credit when you play a lesser team.
Sure.
But these last 3 games offensively are among the top 7 best offensive performances of the year. In fact, the Washington game is tied with the Rutgers game, a game they lost.
Yep.
As their best adjusted offensive efficiency game of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Ohio State game's a little bit, not actually that far behind. I think it's 4th or 5th best of the season. So the fact that this is coming as Nebraska is playing a lot more efficiently on offense. And again, this is never going to be a great 3-point shooting team. Only once in the last 4 games have they had a great 3-point shooting game, and that was Washington.
Yeah.
This is not a great 3-point shooting team, but they've been efficient from 2. They've gotten to the free throw line, which is what this team has to do. And then, of course, you switch sides and you go over to the offensive side or defensive side. And I wouldn't say they've played great on defense. They've had much better defensive games this year, especially compared to the last 2. But they've played well enough to win.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to describe it. They've had some of their best offensive performances of the season in the 4-game winning streak. They've done just enough on defense at times, and they've knocked down free throws too when they really, really need them. They had the bad day against Iowa, and that game goes into overtime, and they lose by 10 in OT. But they had long stretches in the Oregon game and then in the Ohio State game. They had to make free throws. They were always able to do so late, and that is really important. Now, the injury to Berkay and what that means for this game against Maryland, that's tough, because he, as Fred Hoiberg mentioned, he's playing some of the best basketball of his career for us right now, is what he said. And then they go into this game, they need that size. And so to lose it in a game that, is going to be tight on the point spread at home, that's a tough loss. It'll be interesting to see how they respond a few days from now.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking back at, some of Berkay's numbers. And certainly it'll hurt on the glass. As far as how efficient he's been, a little bit better. I mean, if you're looking at it from the totality of the season, where this definitely hurts is in some depth.
For sure. Front Runner says, I would say their defensive rebounding is really good right now. I would agree with that. A lot of these shots go up, and if you're watching the game, you're probably yelling rebound, and they've done a pretty good job at rebounding. And during that 6-game losing streak, they did a porous job at getting those rebounds. Porous.
Yeah, I'm looking back here. Offensive rebound percentage. No, I need to look at this side. Yeah, they've done a good job of limiting the offensive boards, though. Yeah, and they were a little less than themselves during the 6-game losing streak.
Yes.
So, Maryland next Thursday night.
This Thursday night.
Did you think I meant next Thursday night?
Well, that was a dumb debates question we did recently. Remember? What is it this? When is it next? Next Thursday is a week from Thursday. That's the 20th.
I just kind of figured if you don't put any of the preface before when you say it's Thursday night, you're talking about the one that's coming up next.
But you said next Thursday.
No, I said Thursday night.
You want to bet? Nick, want to help us out here?
I thought I just said Thursday night.
You said next Thursday. That's why I corrected you. I was just trying to make a joke, and here we are 30 seconds later.
Oh, I thought I just said Thursday night.
Still talking about it. It's okay.
Either way. And then Northwestern after that. Northwestern and Penn State, dare I say, winnable games.
Very winnable. Very winnable.
Before Michigan comes to town.
Already
Maryland
have it,
next
Nick?
Thursday night. Okay. I guess I just thought I said Thursday. Maryland next Thursday night. I should have left out the next.
Unless you're saying Maryland next Thursday night.
Oh, is that what you were saying? Maybe that's what you were saying.
I don't know.
Maryland is next.
It's in one ear.
Thursday night.
It's in one ear, out the other.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't listen to me, but you don't even listen to yourself anymore. You're focused on tomorrow. You got a big game. This is big game John time. I saw you waving your arms around in some video over the weekend. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Waving inflatable arm.
Yeah, what was going on there?
Was he?
You're all. I was like,
no, I was I wasn't waving both arms. I was just pointing at the ground.
What were you saying?
The ground. It's the ground.
I don't know if I've
Hardwood.
I don't know if is it possible to be the first man on the floor going after a loose ball and commit a foul?
Is it possible?
I mean, I guess it could be possible. Like if you grab the other guy and pull him down with you, or
yank,
or when you're on the ground, you punch the guy next to you.
That's a foul.
Bong! But when Ryan Kalkbrenner is the first guy to the floor, has the ball in his hand, and then they call the foul on him, and it happens right in front of me. That's what I was gesturing at the floor, saying
nice.
He was first man to the floor.
That's awesome.
It was a terrible call.
Yeah,
it's a terrible call.
I just love your reactions. You react in a very fun way. I think Creighton fans should be happy to have you as their voice.
Speaking of talking about terrible calls, it was a little awkward last night when Tom Brady was complaining about officiating, but he was kind of trying to tiptoe around it because he can't actually complain about it, can he?
Well, I mean, the first two calls of the game were pretty controversial. The offensive pass interference against Green, and then the next drive when the Chiefs were called for. What were they called for?
It was
it a DPI?
It was It was. I think it was DPI, but
no, it was an unnecessary roughness, wasn't it?
No,
that was later.
Yeah, it was
there was something, but I disagreed.
With Goddard. Yeah, I thought both calls were bad.
I disagreed with both of them.
Yeah, 100%.
But that's the good thing, Chiefs fans, is now you can, with impunity, go out on Twitter and go nanny boo-boo to all the people that thought the refs had it in the tank for the Chiefs. It's
true.
obvious now that they don't.
Man.
That's what they want you to
You
think,
know what
John.
my least favorite joke was during the game last night?
Mm.
It was any time that something happened and Chiefs fans, well, I thought that we got all the calls. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
Suffer in your own way, but leave me out of it.
Leave me out of it.
Leave me out of it.
I'm surprised nobody.
Because your team's making me suffer because my wife's favorite team is winning.
I'm happy for her, though.
Wow.
I am.
Why'd
I'm
you say-
miserable for myself.
Why'd you say it like when
I didn't
calls
say, no, I
Nebraska
didn't say,
basketball
I'm happy
good?
for my wife. It's good. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said I'm
just
happy
did.
for my wife.
Mitch Sherman joins us next. But, you know, some organizations have a lot of money to pay their athletes, but then choose not to. Well, the best part about NIL is you can make donations, and you know that money is going to go to your favorite athletes. Because NIL is the way that schools are recruiting and retaining their college athletes, the best and brightest. And right now, you, through athleticsontheline.com, can donate towards your favorite school's NIL and do it in a fun, engaging way. On the Line partners with Nebraska, with Creighton, and with Omaha, all three major Division I schools. All you have to do is go to athleticsontheline.com, pick your favorite school, pick a measurable metric, wins, points, whatever it may be, attach a dollar figure, and for every time that metric hits, you make a donation towards your favorite school's NIL. Think of it as your team rewarding you, you reward your team. So find out more by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Omaha-based company doing work with all three of our major college institutions. Gamify your giving with On the Line. Visit athleticsontheline.com. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Chief 1999 is thrilled that I can no longer say that the Rams are the reigning defending NFC champs of the Super Bowl. That is true.
I'm bummed about this too.
But all good things must come to an end, though I could now declare, as I did in 1990 when the 49ers crushed the Broncos, that the Rams are the second best team in the NFL.
Nice.
Given that we actually gave them a game. And
you did. Better than anybody else did.
Pyrrhic victory, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Were you as surprised last night as the rest of America?
That Tom Brady didn't stop talking about himself?
Yes. Yes.
No, that didn't surprise me at all. I was surprised with the outcome of the game. Yeah, but then you kind of look at it from a logical point of view and say, oh, yeah, well, the Eagles really are that good. So just disappointed more than anything. Not that the Eagles won, but that there was no suspense, and I just wanted to see a good game. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at most years on the Super Bowl, and that's where I was yesterday, and it was not that.
No. Mitch, last week in Dumb Debates, we had a question that was, if you could have an NFL team built with a great defensive line and average everywhere else, or a great offensive line and average everywhere else, where would you go? I wonder if last night was a point in the favor of build with a great defensive line. Obviously, the Eagles are not average everywhere else, but just how great that defensive line was and how much they wrecked shop.
I mean, it sounds good right now, and I think that's the direction that I would go. But if you have, I mean, a great offensive line can't do that much if you don't have pieces around that offensive line. Where a defensive line, I think, has some more opportunities to really take over the game. And it's amazing that Philly was able to do that without any kind of extra pressure on Mahomes. That, for all these years, we've seen Mahomes just pick teams apart, and it didn't seem to matter if opponents blitzed him or what they did. And maybe the key is not blitzing him and just having a completely dominant group up front on defense like the Eagles did. But clearly they're good in a lot of other areas. I think I would take a dominant defensive line. There's something demoralizing about that as an opponent if you just can't operate your offense because the defensive line, without the help of linebackers or defensive backs on a blitz, are just always harassing your quarterback. And I think it impacts so many other areas of the game. Like, I don't think the Chiefs' intent was to come out and run the ball none in that game, but because of the Eagles' defensive line, they were behind pretty quick, and that lead grew, and they couldn't afford to run it, and I just they believed they couldn't run it. So there was nothing that KC could do until it was well beyond over.
Of course, a native Nebraskan wears a Super Bowl ring, or will be. They haven't gotten him yet, but they will. Cam Jurgens. And if we remember back to his recruitment, we remember back to him being announced as playing center. We can remember the quotes that apparently leaked that, he could be the next Dave Remington, and a lot of people raised their eyebrows at those quotes.
Especially when he was snapping it over his quarterback's head.
But did Jurgens' performance with the Eagles clean up a little bit of Scott Frost's image at Nebraska? Justify?
Not just last night, but I think by the way that he ended his career at Nebraska. I remember having the conversation in what ended up being his last year when Jurgens and Linderbaum were together on the field in those Iowa-Nebraska games when both of them were late in their career. And Linderbaum, because he played at Iowa and he was on a very above average team, and Jurgens was on a dysfunctional team, if you tried to have a conversation that there were two great centers on the field, and I think I engaged in this, like, there are two centers in this game. This was like in conversations about all Big Ten and things like that we would have in my job. And it's like, okay, center, that's Linderbaum. And I'm like, yeah, Linderbaum's great. And like, I get it. He's the Remington Award winner and he's the best center in the country, but like, don't overlook Cam Jurgens. Like, he's going to be a good NFL player, like a very good NFL player. And they're like, You mean the guy who can't get the ball to his quarterback, who plays for Nebraska, that has all of these issues on offense? I'm like, just watch him. He's a dominant physical offensive line. I mean, against it doesn't matter if he's playing Michigan. I remember him just tearing apart Oklahoma's defensive line when Nebraska played down in Norman, and that was younger when it was a younger Juergens. Once he got over that foot injury that held him back at the beginning and definitely inhibited his growth as a center, making that move to center at Nebraska, because it was tough for him to put on weight. He had to limit himself in the weight room. And once he got over that foot injury and then got over the snapping issues, he was every bit as, he was close to Linderbaum's level. And, now they might be two of the, 3 or 4 best centers in the NFL. So we knew what we were watching back then. And it does. Yeah. Look, Scott Frost has an eye for offensive talent for sure. And I think it was in as far as his time at Nebraska, it was definitely his greatest achievement with an individual player and taking Cam and being the one who saw that right away, that he could be a great offensive lineman, not just a great offensive lineman, but a great center. He has a spot. There are great centers in Nebraska history, and they're all back through the 80s and 90s and, up to Dominic Raiola. And then there's a big gap, and Cam definitely has a spot with those guys. He did already, but now that he's a Super Bowl champ, it's more obvious.
Mitch, one more on Cam. Was it worth it then in the end to deal with all of the snapping issues? Like, I remember that would have been 2019, right? And I remember John and I having a lot of discussions about, like, should they bench him? And I thought at the time that they should have, just because I thought that it was costing Nebraska opportunities to score. It was putting them behind the chains at time. And now I wonder if, hindsight being, 2020, if he actually needed to go through that, and maybe the burden of he's going to be the next Dave Remington expectations kind of warped how I was thinking about him as a player.
I don't think he had to go through it. I think he needed to he needed to have his fundamentals fixed. And I think he got some help from, Nebraska has no shortage of great former offensive linemen who dabble in coaching or are heavily involved in coaching the guys that are not the offensive line coach at Nebraska. And there were times where Scott was offered, hey, what we want to come help Cam. And, if you believe all the urban legends, like at one point he said, yes, come on in. And there were some people who were able to help fix Cam. And I don't think he needed to go through it. Sure, he maybe needed to have some struggles. Like I think you can't just have great times all the way through, but it didn't have to be that. I think it could have been a situation where he learned to snap the ball in a better way before he took over as the center at Nebraska. And the fact that he didn't, and he had to have those struggles, like that was symbolic of kind of the inefficiency that existed within the Nebraska program. Or, they could have moved him to guard while the things got straightened out, but they did stick with him, and that's good, I guess, in the end, because it paid off for him.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it didn't need to get to the level that it did. There were, you remember a couple of games where it wasn't good for him. It wasn't good for Nebraska. It wasn't good for anybody.
Yeah.
No offense to Juergens, but he does play on the offensive line, and those guys usually get the least amount of attention in a game like this. Meanwhile, you got a Cooper DeJean from Iowa who makes a big splash play, gets a lot of accolades afterward, does a lot of interviews after the game. How much would a Nebraska player being in that kind of a role, doesn't have to be quarterback, doesn't have to be a running back or a receiver, how much would that help their cause? Because it has been a while since a Nebraska player made splash plays on the biggest stage in football.
Yeah, Sue played in a couple Super Bowls. I remember, you got to go way back. Grant Wistrom seemed to get into the Super Bowl every year, whether he was with the Rams or the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
That guy did it from high school to college to the NFL, just whatever team he was on, won championships. Might have had something to do with him, but it's a little bit of luck of the draw. Like, if Amir Abdullah or, Nebraska's had players, not so many at skill positions or even like highlighted roles in the secondary, like DeJean, but that was his first pick. Like, that's the first time he's done that in the NFL, and it just happens to be in the Super Bowl, which is an amazing story for him. I think it would benefit Nebraska to be in the spotlight for that reason. it's a feather in your cap. It's something you can talk about with recruits. I don't think it makes much of a difference in the transfer portal. Those guys look for programs not because there's a player in the Super Bowl who made a play. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it would be good for the psyche of the fan base too, to know that your players were succeeding at the highest level. It's hard to do. Like it's hard to get in that position. I mean, you think about the schools that have had the most success historically at sending players to the NFL, and it's just shocking to come to the realization that players drafted out of Texas and Alabama scored touchdowns in the Super Bowl for the first time yesterday. Both of those schools. Like I would tell you that you were completely wrong and probably wrong 10 times over if you told me that stat and I didn't know it to be true already.
Mitch, speaking of Nebraska, Mike Eckler, we're waiting to hear from him for the first time in his official capacity. When you finally get a chance to sit down with him or to have a giant press conference, is there anything in particular or like something you're most interested in hearing about, what he plans to do, how he plans to fix Nebraska's special teams?
Just want to know how he gets the guys to buy in, because it seems like it's something that every coach says. When you coach special teams, it's, you go to the other position groups and say, I need you. And the head coach says things like, if you don't play special teams in this program, then you don't play at all. Like, you hear that kind of stuff. It's a dime a dozen. But Eckler, in his time at Tennessee, for sure, and you can even look back through some of the other stops that he's made where he's been successful with special teams, like the thing that you hear about him over and over is that he makes it fun. He makes it interesting. He makes guys want to sell out. Like, he creates ownership within that group. It's kind of the like, he's a little bit unhinged. And I think that's part of it. Like, players are drawn to him because of that. Like, I have a story out today on The Athletic and talking with Tony Vitello, the Tennessee baseball coach, who's also a little bit unhinged. And they see eye to eye. And when Eckler showed up in Knoxville, and Vitello was a young up and coming coach, and of course now he's a national championship coach, he was drawn to Eckler, watching him on the sidelines, and he wanted to go get up close with that guy and commiserate with him and learn from him. And Mike was like, yes, I'm going to come over and take batting practice. And, he probably broke a bat over his knee or something like that, but who knows? It's like that people talk about him in using these kind of descriptions, Eckler, in ways that you just don't generally hear them talk about other coaches. Like, he has a special quality about him. So I also, for that same article, talked to Chase McGrath, who kicked the 40-yard field goal in 2022 when Tennessee walked off Alabama to snap a 15-game losing streak in that series. So, talk about a pressure kick. And he said before the kick on the sideline, like when they got in field goal range and he was going to go out there to kick, like, everyone on the sideline was celebrating before the kick. It was all positive energy, just high, great momentum. He said the reason for that is because that's the attitude and the culture that Mike Eckler built around our special teams. Like, we knew it was going to turn out good, not the opposite. So he said that Eckler would tell the players in meetings, I don't want to give away the whole story, but he would tell the players in meetings in special teams that if they didn't hit certain benchmarks, he was going to put a for sale sign in his own front yard. Like, those are like the old Eckler stories from Nebraska about, doing stuff that you don't even want to repeat that he said to players back then. And that resonates with those guys, and it makes a difference, and they play hard for him and for the team in part because of that.
It is a great story, Mitch. But the only thing I could think of as I was reading it was, I don't know if I would want to be in the same airspace as those two at the same time, because
Tony and Mike. Yeah.
Yes. Because, and I've interviewed Coach Vitello, and I enjoy it. I really do. I mean, he is intense. He is energy. He is go. It looks like that he has had, way too many Red Bulls. And I can only imagine, I mean, those would be the types of guys that would, just start randomly headbutting each other for no reason at the dinner table. It just has that feel about it. So I understand why they got together. And because they are very much kindred spirits.
Well, he had to raise his game to get up to Eckler's level of intensity. He talked about having baseball recruits on the field before football games, and he was really excited to see Eckler come out of the tunnel because he had seen from afar that Eckler was so hyped. Like, at whatever hype level he was at normally, like, it went up, it doubled when he ran out of the tunnel at Neyland Stadium. So Vitello, got close up to the tunnel, to the doors when they opened. And he said, if you're anywhere near Eckler and he sees you and he knows you and he approaches you when he's coming out of the tunnel, like it's like getting run over. Like you're liable, you get punched and pushed. And like, he's like, I had to up my game. And he said that he went on the offensive and started doing the same thing to Eckler last year. Like the two of them looked like, they were standing in the center of a boxing ring or something when trading blows, when the gates opened and Tennessee football ran out of the tunnel. And so, yeah, I mean, they're two peas in a pod for sure. They were good for each other. And I think Eckler helped Tony's baseball program and the intensity of that and vice versa. Like, I'm sure that being around a guy like that, was good for Eckler too, just to have somebody else who could come close to his level of energy.
It's worth a read on The Athletic. Check it out, theathletic.com. Hit that subscribe button. It's good
Who
stuff.
will that be at Nebraska? I don't know. He probably not like Fred Hoiberg or
no.
He would be the opposite.
I mean, if you're thinking from a baseball perspective, sadly, Rob Childress he didn't have the same amount of energy, but he's got the same piss and vinegar attitude.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's ready to, be bouncing off the walls. Not Will Bolt. Who knows? I don't know. We're gonna have to find someone.
Somebody's got to be high energy because I think he needs somebody to like feed off of when he's in Nebraska. Maybe that's the key to his success.
We'll find somebody.
Troy Danikentire hire someone just for that role.
We'll
energy man.
We'll designate
energy coach.
We'll designate Mike Eckler's spaz partner.
Not a bad idea.
You said that's the way you want to put it.
Yeah, John's words, not ours.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of a way to describe it. It's just someone who's just like
energy is the more corporate way. Just energy. Energy partner.
I like spaz.
I know you do.
It's a good word. It's very descriptive.
It is descriptive.
Mitch, have a great week. We appreciate it as
Bye,
always.
Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. It may be difficult by the time, because we always talk ourselves into things. Some of us talked ourselves out of the Eagles winning the Super Bowl last week.
What an idiot!
But now that we have this long, very long ramp to next season,
it's good. We need to have a long break from football.
It may take a while. Damn music.
Where's that coming
I
from?
don't know. You're the one that runs the board, not me.
I didn't click anything.
Anyway, it's going to be hard for me not to talk. It's so distracting. Not to talk myself into Nebraska special teams not being really good.
Okay, don't be an idiot, John.
Because it's Eckler. Because it's almost like, oh God!
Speaking of idiots.
Jeez, you want something that's going to take all the P and V out of Mike Eckler.
Whoa.
Throw out
John, I think P and V means something different in that statement.
Pea and vinegar.
Yeah. That's not how I heard it.
That's what it is. It's the Fox score bug.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a buzzkill.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
What?
Iowa. What do they do for psychological warfare at Kinnick
Pink locker room.
What if?
Not woke, Nick.
What if?
Or is it woke?
It works.
Because if you have a problem with it, then you're a problem.
But it works.
If you play worse because of a pink locker room, that says more about you.
What if in the visitors' locker room at Memorial Stadium, because I know they've got TV screens around there, what if they just had TV screens with the Fox score bug everywhere?
To get them pumped?
Or maybe screenshots of the Fox score bug taped to the locker rooms.
And what is the reason to do this?
Because people will be
people?
No, it's not to motivate. Remember, this is in the visitors' locker room.
Yeah, but then you're telling them you'll be at the Super Bowl someday.
No, that's not what
That's
it
how
says.
I heard it too, John.
God, you guys are idiots. Work with me here.
Happer writes, I get in the car and John is talking about P and V. Yeah.
Then Keena says, I don't think we should ever say P and V ever again.
Yeah, or no.
Did you just want me to say piss and vinegar?
You had said that with Mitch like 2 seconds before.
Fine, I will.
The piss and vinegar boys.
Yeah, but P and V is kind of funny.
Do you want him to say that, Nick?
You're not wearing vinegar socks.
That's true. You're wearing piss socks.
Uh-huh.
Some of us are. Some of us are not.
My socks are very clean.
Yeah, mine are normal, Nick. How about your socks?
Very clean.
I thought we were wearing the P and V socks today.
Oh, certainly feels like one of those days.
It'll get better. It'll get better.
No.
At least you don't.
No.
You don't work with Eagles fans. I'm not going to be reminding you on a daily basis about the Eagles. You have to live
Again,
with one.
it's not the Eagles component of it. I've made peace with that. I picked them to win. I knew that they were going to win. It's my team not wanting to be on that stage too.
But they're always going to suck.
They want to be on the money stage. They want to say,
suck.
we have the most money. That's the stage they want to be on. And they're very good at that stage. That's not the stage I care about. Congrats to the billionaire on making more money.
Smiles and glory holes.
I don't care.
If you would just accept it.
I don't care. I have. That doesn't mean I can't be sad about it.
That's why you just.
I've accepted that you are a pinhead. I still have to deal with you, though.
I'm not a pinhead. I'm not the one that likes the Cowboys.
You just said P and B.
The P stands for pinhead.
You were a Cubs fan, John. You understand my pain more than anybody.
Actually, I don't.
Lost in the wilderness.
Because we won a World Series in 2016 and have been to many playoffs.
That's almost been 10 years, by the way.
Doesn't matter. It ain't been 30.
Yet.
By the way, did you see that Kenny Pickett, born in 1998, has been in more Super Bowls than the Dallas Cowboys?
Why are we quoting Jacob Padilla quote tweets that he sends our way?
Because for once it was a tweet that wasn't about the Phoenix Suns, and I thought this is worth something.
I don't ever pick on any of my friends for their teams losing. I never say anything. I'm over here very nice to everybody. I can't wait for the Suns to just keep losing. I will just start reminding Jacob for no reason whatsoever. Hey, Jacob, the Suns, remember when they were really good, won 60-something games, and then they lost by 40 in the Western Conference Finals? That's a huge bummer. But I wouldn't do that because I'm a good person.
Don't listen to him, Jacob. This weirdo doesn't even want to sink in his bedroom.
That's true.
I'm a very normal friend. I'm a great friend. I don't talk any trash. And yet my mentions are filled with John and Jacob over and over.
Mine? I did not mention anything about the Cowboys
You literally
yesterday.
just did.
Well, I did.
That's my mentions, John. My mentions are in my heart, and you are in my heart right now. Stabbing me with a damn knife that's dipped in P&V.
Not the P&V knife.
We're just trying. It's an intervention. We're just trying to get you away from the
What do you
thing
want
that
me to do?
hurts you.
Not root for the team, and then you'd be like, wow, you're a pathetic fan. You're not rooting for the team.
No, I would celebrate you because you're no longer backing evil.
I'm more likely to just give up on the sport entirely than to. Who am I going to become a fan of?
Dolphins.
No, that sounds stupid.
What if you became like Rob Lowe and became just a fan of the NFL?
I'm a fantasy football guy now.
You like
football. You just wear.
I'm rooting for my
just
running
get a
back
bunch of
and his
NFL
PPR.
gear.
Let's get another catch.
Honestly, I think you have a natural enough transition for the Chargers. I think this window is still open for you.
Oh,
you can
yeah.
become a Chargers fan.
You know what's a great idea? Root for the Chargers.
Go Chargers!
I mean, it is your boy Harbaugh.
Yeah, a fan base that is somehow more pathetic than the Cowboys. The last time they were in the Super Bowl was the year before the Cowboys last went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
now
but-
watch, they'll probably go next year because they have Harbaugh.
Yeah, but there are no Chargers fans
Tom should tell. I think he gave up on them.
because they left San Diego.
Yeah, they're in Los Angeles now.
Who isn't?
I think I'm almost done. I think they have.
Ooh, what's your hard line?
I don't know.
You're almost done, but
Yeah.
what's your hard
I
line?
don't know, probably another 30 years, and
Well, that's good. We'll offset all the football talk next October when Josh is winning. Come on, can't we break down Game 3 of the
I'm
NLDS?
just trying to figure it out
Please.
because, John was born in 71. He didn't see his favorite baseball team win until he was in his mid-40s. Like, that's a long time. But that, for me, my mid-40s is only 9 years away. Like,
Well, the good news is you'll get a chance to feel that and probably double it because Jared Jones is never dying.
I don't think I'm ever going to see a championship.
And Steven's never dying.
And I do a sports radio show. This is stupid.
A lot of weird decisions have been made.
I can't wait to go to therapy again. It's going to be great. I'm just going to talk about my fandom for another half hour.
I bet your therapist loves that.
She thought it was funny. She thought it was interesting. She was like, people never talk about sports in here. It's family life and politics. And I was like, let me talk about my fandom for a half hour. She was like, what the hell is wrong with you?
It's like, why do you root for evil?
Yeah, she doesn't know, John. She thinks the Cowboys are cool. Kidding.
That's the problem. You're going to the wrong therapist.
Nah, she doesn't think that.
Yeah, you need to go to a therapist that knows how bad the Cowboys are so they can snap you out of it.
No, I don't want to have a sports fan therapist. I have enough sports people in my life. Everyone in my life is a sports fan. I need fewer sports fans in my life. That's why I'm leaving this station.
Josh will
I'm going to Sweet 98, folks. It's time to talk music.
Josh is going over to News Talk 1290 for the all new
Talk
Make
about another
Omaha
thing.
Great Again show.
Talking another thing I've ejected on, talking about that stuff too. Just launched right out of it. John
today.
makes references to things I've never heard of before.
What, to make Omaha?
No,
great?
I know what that is. I'm talking about your political references now just go right over my head.
Well, I didn't make any political reference. I just said you're
I was
going to go
talking
over
in
the news stuff.
generalities, John. You understood what I was mentioning, Nick, did you not?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if he's made any recently.
Can't wait for you to talk about, hey, they put another I-beam up on the old Mutual of Omaha tower today. Let's break that down for 15 minutes.
I don't even know what that means. I-beams.
They're building
You don't know what an
new
I-beam
tower.
is?
What's an I-beam?
Well, you better start learning if you're going to do the Make Omaha Great Again show.
Who's my co-host? Chance? We're talking about towers?
No,
It's like a
just you.
Lego. It's like Lincoln logs, but steel and big and shaped like an eye. That's why it's an I-beam.
An eye?
It's
Like
literally,
the letter
it's
I?
the skeletal.
I got
Look
It's
it
like
up.
buildings. It's skeleton. It's
This
the
is what
bones of
happens
a
when you
building.
don't grow up with Lincoln logs or an erector set as a kid.
I-beam, it's this?
No, it's not.
Is it the letter I-beam?
Oh, my God. We'll be back in a minute.
I've seen those before.
Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Keena writes, I think people should talk about sports and therapy more, probably. We would all be doing better as a society. Before adding, this show has everything. I recommend it.
I think the first thing any responsible therapist would say, maybe you should cut back on the amount of sports you watch.
Yeah, and then I'd say, but how? It's my job.
Yeah.
It's
Which is,
hard.
again, why coming next week, Josh, News Talk 1290, the Make Omaha Great Again show, part 2.
Nice. Talking about I-beams.
Talking about I-beams.
Which I now
that he has
know,
just learned about.
I now know what they are.
Yeah.
I now know what they are.
Strigori says there's probably at least an I-beam in some of the houses you're looking at.
That's awesome. I know cars have engines, but I don't know anything about them. But I can still buy them.
Yeah, but you know what an engine looks like.
Kind of.
We may have to do this sometime in the summer.
Josh picks out
put
an
two
engine.
objects on the ground and see which one, if Josh
Engine
can
or
identify
no.
as the engine.
Engine or no.
There'll be
new
like a
game.
slinky on one side and an engine on the other, and Josh will be like, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
At least you admit to your lack of technical knowledge.
Yeah,
which is
I'm
fine.
not gonna pretend.
This is one thing you can't pretend.
What's that? That I'm happy right now?
Wow.
That is that the 16 public universities of the Big Ten, because remember, there's 2 private schools.
God, I hate this conference.
It is. It's a stupid conference.
Go Northern football, though.
It's very, very, very stupid. But Scott Docterman of The Athletic was able to get all of the state open records laws on the athletic budgets for all of the Big Ten's public schools. And as they dug through some of the numbers and some of the financials, half of the 16 finished with a deficit. And 4 of the 8 that finished with a deficit were at least $15 million in the hole.
Which is not an insignificant amount of money. Like, I know that these schools are basically printing it.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the argument that I've always made for years is like, they're not making much money because they are spending as much as possible.
Yes.
While still showing a small profit.
Yes.
Spending $15 million more than you're bringing in, though, I mean, that's pretty interesting to me.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting to me.
The 8 public schools that generated a surplus averaged, and we say a surplus, profit, averaged $3.7 million in profits. Nebraska was the leader, 6.7. We talked about this a couple weeks ago when the Nebraska numbers all came out. But football recruiting expenses have gone up 56% over the last 2 years.
Because of portal. That's got to be portal related, right?
I don't know.
It can't be like regular recruiting.
I don't know. I mean, think about it. Think about it, though. I mean, how much more are you spending recruiting in the portal versus normally? Because most of the time with the portal interviews, it's so fast. With a lot of players, they don't even come on campus. You do Zoom interviews.
Oh, I don't know about that anymore. I know that
some of them do, and
they have a lot of players that come on campus.
I'm just saying, you probably, I don't know. I'd have to talk with someone who actually does the budgets.
That'd be my guess, just because they're still doing the normal amount of regular recruiting, but now they're doing all this extra portal recruiting too. You know, like this, it just wasn't as strong a few years ago as it is, now.
Fiscal 2022, the spending across the Big Ten was $19 million. The last fiscal year, $30 million.
That's crazy, though. That is absolutely crazy.
And Minnesota and Nebraska each saw leaps exceeding $1 million. So they went above and beyond by $1 million.
That's recruiting expenses?
Yes. Yeah. But here was the thing that surprised me. And it's talking about ticket sales and revenues generated by ticket sales.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan, who in the last fiscal year was the national champion, exceeded $50 million in ticket sales. Ohio State, 47, Penn State, 44. Now, remember, those stadiums are bigger than Nebraska, so they have more seats to sell.
Sure.
Nebraska, Oregon, Wisconsin, and Iowa all earned between $22.6 and $24.2 million. But what's interesting is this anecdote from Scott Docterman of The Athletic, who's been able to see all of these numbers going back to the beginning of the Nebraska joining the Big Ten. This was Nebraska's lowest gate revenue from football, not counting the COVID year, because there obviously weren't gate receipts, since joining the Big Ten. In every fiscal year from 2014 to 2023, Nebraska generated at least $30 million from ticket sales. Last fiscal year, it was just 24.2.
That's wild.
That it didn't clear 30 like every other year
and
has
then it
done.
Dropped by that many
and it
million.
dropped by $6 million.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, I mean, was there something different in accounting? Did they move numbers around to more accurately? I don't know.
Maybe it's just that many people protesting because they went cashless now. Memorial.
Well, but
Nice, Nick.
but this would have been the 23 football season.
Oh, they still had cash.
This was the 23 football season. And this is ticket revenue. This is not concessions. This is just tickets.
I was just saying the people were protesting.
He was just making the joke.
I know.
It was just a joke, John.
So the home games in 23, NIU, La Tech, Michigan, Northwestern, Purdue, Maryland, Iowa.
I mean, was it a great regular season home schedule? No.
And I would say this, the further we get away from year one of Matt Rule, I would say excitement going into that year was tepid at best compared to what it had been in the first years of Mike Riley, of Scott Frost, of Bo Pelini, of even like a Bill Callahan.
But that much less?
I definitely sensed it that offseason that there was not as much juice as there normally was. And then you get a so-so, ho-hum home schedule. By the time, John, they played at home, they were 0-2 already.
They didn't reduce ticket prices.
They did not. So what is this telling us about how many tickets were actually sold? Because this would have been Trev Albert's red carpet experience stuff then, right?
Yeah.
He would have been the AD that year.
I would really like to know.
Yeah.
Now, again, at the end of the day, the bottom line says Nebraska still made a profit.
Sure.
And led the Big Ten.
But that definitely goes in the face of kind of like how we understand a lot of stuff.
But that really threw me for a loop because it's like, I mean, yeah, even if we can acknowledge that the excitement was a little less than what it had been, there's been some excitement years in the last decade, and not by the degree of basically what is that? That's
20%.
What, a 20-ish% drop?
That's a lot
in ticket revenues, and you didn't lower prices?
Yeah.
That just seemed odd to me. So that's why I was thinking maybe they changed something in the accounting for some reason.
By the way,
I don't know.
Going back to the first thing, I did just get a message from someone who was pretty plugged in that says recruiting expenses are way up for athletic departments because of all the extra portal recruiting. So that would explain the uptick in that cost. I do not know what explains the downtick in this revenue, though. Kevin says fake sellout. I mean, look, it does. That's the first thing I thought of was, okay, if they're making that much less, that means they're offloading these tickets at a tremendously low cost comparatively. Yeah.
No, I believe that.
I'd be very curious to know exactly like kind of what that looks like on a game-by-game basis. The year before, by the way, if you were wondering, okay, what did they have in 22? This is Frost last year before he gets fired. North Dakota, Georgia Southern, Scott Frost is fired. Oklahoma, Indiana, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin. So, I mean, like Oklahoma, sure. Wisconsin, I guess. But, I mean, it's not like that home schedule is that great either.
No.
You know? No real marquee Big Ten team. And a nice marquee non-conference team, but certainly the vibes were pretty bad going into that year, too. Interesting.
Still to come, Michael Severe's top 10 winners of the Super Bowl.
Oh, my. Well, himself.
There was more than just the Eagles?
My wife, Michael Severe. I can't really name eight other people.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out.
America lost last night, Nick.
I don't know. America seemed kind of happy at times.
Yeah.
Well, in some ways.
In some ways.
And then the halftime show started.
And then the halftime show started, and then people were really mad. Did you watch?
It was on in the background.
Were you doing laundry?
No, I was.
I gotta fold my T-shirt.
No, I was going up and down the stairs. I was doing some things. I did sit there. It's one of those things where I was on my phone. I was looking up some things. I was working a little bit on my notes for the UConn game.
Nice.
And it was on in the background.
There you go.
It was background noise. But was I paying? The only thing I noticed was the cool car he had on stage.
It's his own car. Did you know
Yeah,
that?
I know.
Buick Grand National.
It's a great car.
Been one of my dad's favorite cars forever. It's a great car.
Your dad, Kendrick Lamar, handshake.
I earned a newfound
My dad
respect
doesn't
for
have
Kendrick
one.
Lamar for his
Look
choice
at this.
with choice in cars.
Handshake, Bishop, Kendrick Lamar.
I mean, did I enjoy whatever the music was that I was hearing in the
here we
background?
go.
No, but it's not for me. It's not for me.
It's not for you.
Not for you.
It's a great
Not
way
for
to
me.
describe it.
Super Bowl halftime shows are not directed to me.
Yeah. Hell, they're barely directed towards me.
I liked it.
And I'm not even. No, I did too, for the record.
Which is why I don't actively watch them.
Not like us.
It's just on in the background as noise.
Nice.
1620 the zone. Blue Jays and Huskies tomorrow, and the turns have tabled. Or the tables have turned. UConn was the ranked team last time these two teams played. Now it's Creighton, the ranked team, and UConn is on the outside looking in.
Is this Hurley's first time in the building since they had to build the
the extra tunnel
because of him? Right? Is this first? That was last year.
Yeah, because that was last year where apparently they needed the extra long tunnel.
He said some bad words to me.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Should be quite the atmosphere.
I mean, can folks bring it for a second straight game? And it's a shorter turnaround. Usually, Wednesday is the night for midweek games. So this is Tuesday.
What are you going to do? This is going to be wild for you.
What do you mean wild for me?
Because it's happening on Tuesday instead of Wednesday.
On a Tuesday.
This will be great. You'll have Wednesday off. You won't know what to do with yourself.
I won't have Wednesday off. I'll be here working
Wednesday
with you.
night off, you weirdo.
And it'll be snowing. Probably have to get my snowblower out for the first time.
Oh, you know what he's going to do Wednesday?
We're working from home on Wednesday,
Yeah,
Nick.
I'm glad you two are.
Thank you.
Some of us have to brave the elements. I live farther away now than I have too. That's more dangerous.
Safety first for some of us.
It's more dangerous for me now.
All animals are equal. Some are more equal than others. All microphones are equal. Some are at home.
I have a microphone at home too.
Well, do you have a board?
Not yet.
Not yet. Someday.
But that was quite the finishing kick.
Yes, it was.
In the last 4 minutes, because it was a 1-point game, under 4 media timeout. Marquette had the momentum most of the second half. They erased an 11-point deficit. It went on a 12-0 run, got the lead. But Jemiah Neal he stole the show in the last 8 minutes of the game. He scored 10 of his 14 points in 2 5-point bursts. He came back. He was out for foul trouble, picked up a 4th foul, and went to the bench. And, of course, that also coincided with when Cam Jones was going off for most of his points, as he was single-handedly bringing Marquette back into the game and helped get them the lead. And then Neal returns, and while, actually he wasn't even the primary defender at times when he came back in because they were trying to protect that last foul. But he comes in, hits a 3, gets a layup, gets Jays back out on top, and then there in the last 3 minutes, gets another tough finish at the rim, hits another 3. Just a huge performance.
We were talking with John Walker on Friday, previewing the game, and mentioned to him the game in which Ashworth and Kalkbrenner had in the win over Providence. And said, they obviously cannot rely on this moving forward, right? They're going to have a third player step up. And you look at Neal throughout the year, and he has kind of been that, in terms of games with 10 or more points. He's done it in 5 out of the last 7. You look at his rebounding numbers. You look at his assist numbers. The dude is absolutely filling up the box score. And you mentioned what you just did, where he's able to get these shots made in these chunks at a time where there's this energy that he has been able to bring to the team, quite a bit. Really, honestly, most of the season, but especially lately, I feel like it's gone up a different level, especially when his efficiency can match it as well. And, you wonder what that can look like, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's this weekend in the huge one versus St. John's, or, beyond over the next few weeks before the Big East tournament.
He is certainly one of the most valuable players that Creighton has, without question, because he has been usually the guy they put on the other team's best score.
Mm-hmm.
But you said it. He fills the stat sheet.
He does.
The first game against UConn had a career high in points at Connecticut. He had the game where he hit the 6 threes. I think that was Villanova. First Villanova game?
First Villanova. 6 of 7.
6 of 7.
He went 7 for 11 overall. He had 20 points.
From 3.
Yeah. It's one of 3 20-point games that he's had this year.
But it's also the rebounds. I thought when he was on the floor, he got his hands on a lot of balls, especially when Marquette had 18 offensive rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, man, come on, someone crash the boards. But that's the thing. When you're a team that shoots a lot of threes, and especially if you miss a lot of threes badly, which Marquette did at times, it almost turns into a pass. In fact, there were a couple that literally missed the rim, but it ended up being a pass because there was a guy standing right there.
Yeah, you look at what he's doing right now, 11.5 points per game, basically 6 rebounds per game, basically 4 assists per game, 45.6% shooting. That's the type of stuff that you'll take.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit more of an uptick moving into the conference tournament and tournament play, in any of those or all of those, and maybe just a tiny bit more efficiency, because he has some games where he'll go 3 for 8 or 1 for 7 from 3 or 1 for 5 overall, but then he has those games like you mentioned, the Villanova game the first time, the first UConn game, the 24 points, but he did it on 16 shots. Like, that's the type of stuff that you're talking about. Point and a half per shot is incredible efficiency. So if he's able to continue to play at this level on a night in and night out basis, that's again, it's why this team has been able to win so many games in a row, and why they find themselves, in a position to win the regular season title if they put together another good few weeks.
UConn will be coming in. I mean, they have to win this game if they want to win the regular season, because they're already 3 games back.
Yeah,
they've already lost once to Creighton. They've lost once to St. John's. If they want to win the regular season, they've got to win tomorrow night.
Yes.
Otherwise, there's just going to be too much distance. And St. John's is playing too well right now, and there's just too much traffic in front of them.
And UConn has lost to teams that are, not really in that race. And that's the
and
problem.
I never count out UConn, because
they're UConn.
They're very, very well coached. But yeah, this is a must win. And they will have McNeely back. Liam McNeely, their talented freshman wing. They did not have him in the first game. He did come back for the St. John's game on Friday and had his moments, as you would expect. He's not going to be perfect in his first game back, but should be a lot of fun tomorrow night, shortly after 8 p.m. All right, happy hour is next, and I can think of no one on earth, with the exception of maybe Mike Stibbs.
Is he coming in too?
Who is happier than Michael Severe?
Wow.
As one person starts to give up on football,
I'm out on it,
another
Michael.
person has been brought back in.
This is amazing.
Michael joins us in the happy hour. He will have his top 10 winners from the Super Bowl.
Is he number one? Is Michael number one? Spoiler
We'll find
alert.
out
All
next on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
Give me the sad one, Nick.
Why?
The sad happy hour. Actually, you know what? It's happy because there's no more football. We are not having to watch it any more happy hours on the air.
No more football is on the air. Unbelievable. If Josh from 2 months ago could see and hear Josh today, Josh from 2 months ago would probably murder you.
2 months ago was a happier time.
I mean, you knew the Cowboys still weren't going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
the
but
Eagles were still in position to be where they ended up. What changed?
I think I was still in on the Lions.
Does make you wonder if any other team had gone in there I was thinking this last night. If my Rams with their pass rush went against Kansas City, they probably wouldn't have played it exactly the same. I'm not saying the Rams would have beaten the Chiefs like this, but I was drooling a bit thinking what Jared Verse could have done to Patrick Mahomes last night.
Yeah.
As I was watching the Eagles dismantle the Chiefs.
Well,
Josh is out on football, so we decided we need to bring in somebody who loves football still.
I'm back.
Michael Severe.
I'm back into football. The NFL.
Were you?
I'm back.
How serious were you? Because I didn't believe a damn thing. You just went through.
I said this to Josh. I said, when have I told you I was going to do something and I didn't do it?
Michael
He's
tells
known
the
me
truth.
20 years.
I know,
When
but
have
still.
I not done something? It would have been done. NFL would have been done for me.
Still.
It would have been dead for me.
You just read off like 25 different boxes. You would have given that up cold turkey if the Chiefs would have won one stinking game.
2 years ago, I went cold turkey, no betting. Remember, I said I wasn't going to bet, and I went.
He follows through.
I got rid of fantasy football. I said I was going to do it. I didn't bet that whole 2 years.
Sure.
No, if I'm
now you're back.
I'm back now, and thank God because the Eagles kicked Kansas City's ass. I'm back wholeheartedly. Third greatest Super Bowl for me ever.
Behind,
Third greatest.
Obviously,
so
yours.
Rams, Titans,
44
and
Super Bowl 44. Number one,
Yes.
Saints win. Number two,
is it 28 to
Super
3?
Bowl is it 51, 28 to 3. By far, and then this one, yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
That Saints Falcons rivalry, I keep forgetting about that.
It was. You guys obviously don't see this, but I follow a lot of Saints people. Every time a Saints person is somewhere where 2, 8, and 3 are together in any combination, they tweet it to all the Atlanta Falcons message boards. It's hilarious. All these years later, the Super Bowl I made the most money off of though was 36. 36. I had 21-17 New England.
Sorry, John.
I bet everybody in the office at the TV station.
Because I hit the line like 14 points.
I hit 2 quarters, and I just my money line bet on that. Oh, I killed on that one. That was by far my best.
But the one you
profitable.
won best was, would the Patriots cheat to win this game? Yes.
Oh, they did. They
Plus
didn't
10
cheat in that, but they did have to change the rules because of
Gee,
it.
imagine that.
They took advantage of the rule that was
Oh, I
available.
know.
And look, I hate
know.
that rule. I hated the fact they
I
could
do.
grab Marshall and knock him all over the place. I hate that. But at the time, you were allowed to do it.
Yep, you were.
Got to
You
take
could do it
advantage of
then.
the
That's true.
rules.
Got to take advantage of the rules. You got to do what you can do. Wasn't it awesome to see Mahomes get hit and sacked that many times? Wasn't that just awesome?
I mean, I was telling you this earlier.
It
you
felt
know,
so good.
when the score bug came up and my son laughed.
Yeah, it looks stupid.
Sam was also when he was watching with me. Every time Mahomes got sacked, he was laughing.
I was laughing loudly. Yes.
And again, Sam does not watch
Sounds
the
like my
NFL.
wife last night.
But I think there's this, it's just like with everything else. We build things up to tear them down. People are tired of the Chiefs.
Yep.
I've been
They're
tired of the
the
Chiefs
Chiefs
for 15
I
years.
know you have, but I'm just saying in general.
Michael
every
Severe and Mike Stibbs' takes on the Chiefs have aged very, very well. Because when they sucked, you guys were still like, man, I can't stand that fan
I
base. I,
couldn't
can't
stand them
that
then.
team.
I can't stand them now. I'm so happy.
Aged very, very well.
And the best thing about it is that it wasn't a close loss. It wasn't even a game where you were like, if they only would have done these 37 things better.
Yep.
There's no excuse you could make.
Nope.
It was. So I hate football analysts are just repeatings, right? All they do is repeat each other
Sure.
all week.
Except Tom Brady, because he's only just talking about himself.
So, yes, it's very true. So you look at it, and everybody says the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Philadelphia, so much more talented. Every position group except for quarterback and the head coach.
Is that me? Are you doing an impression of me?
No, that wasn't you.
Okay.
Everybody said it. It was
Sure.
everybody. And I listened to a lot of podcasts.
Yeah.
Even the gambling podcasts. People I trust were all like, there's no way you can bet against Patrick Mahomes. How can you bet against Patrick Mahomes? And I kept asking the question. I asked it on the show when I was, what if it's the Tampa game again?
Mm-hmm. And sure
What
enough,
if it is a 4-man front that can get to him?
It
What's
was.
he going to do? What's
Well,
he
see, and yet he was worse yesterday than he was in that Tampa
was
game.
definitely
Because that
worse.
game, he was running around and
But-
he
Yeah.
was making great throws in
Yeah.
the Tampa game.
Right.
Yesterday, outside of the drop by Hopkins,
Yeah,
right?
which could have been a better pass.
It certainly could have
When
been.
they showed the replay of that from the backside, I was like, oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought.
Yeah.
Because I had over 9.5 catch yards for Hopkins. And when he dropped
See?
it, I was like,
degenerate.
oh,
There's no way he's ever
come
getting
on.
away from this. But the difference from the Tampa game to this game, he still had Tyreek. He
Yes.
had better talent
Yes.
around him.
A younger Kelsey.
And a younger Kelsey.
Yep. Yep.
Whereas
He's so
with
old now.
this
Yeah.
exposed everything.
Well,
This exposed everything.
It shows they had no run game.
Yeah.
And if you're going to beat Philadelphia, you've got to be able to put up some rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, overall, with all the metrics, they were the number one defense. That's what they were. All the metrics together. So you have to be able to run the ball at least and control the clock, and they couldn't do any of those things. So I'm glad
this,
to hear it.
So this didn't surprise you.
It did. Like I said, I bet the -10.
Sure.
And I should have done. So I looked at it. The highest they went over at Ameristar was -18.
And what was the juice on that?
Well, it was like 720 maybe.
And that's and being an
800.
18-point
Yeah. And
win.
so I wanted to go higher. I thought about doing 20, actually. I would have lost.
Yeah.
But I thought about doing 20. I had a really good feeling about the game right until the point where they called that first pass interference. And we had people come over, and Hobbs was there and his wife
Yeah.
and one of my wife's friends, MFK, and she was there and her husband, and she's a big Kansas City fan. And then early in the game, they're all having these conversations that didn't involve the game. And I had to hey, can we listen to the game? And as soon as they called that pass interference and I dropped several curse words, my wife was like, everybody's cool with this, right? Because this is how it's going to go. At that point, I was like, oh, they're going to screw everybody again. And when I say everybody, me. And they, whatever. It went great.
Michael, I'm notoriously a hater of the Eagles, but it's not just the Eagles. It's Nick Sirianni, who I think that when I tweeted about him when he initially got hired, you were like, whoa. Like, maybe don't say these things about him. I've thought Jalen Hurts is a very average quarterback. What am I supposed to do with the season, the last 4 years,
You know what's worse?
night?
You know what's worse?
What?
Daniels.
Well, yeah, I know that.
You've got two quarterbacks under the age of 25, right?
mhm.
Is Hurts 25 yet?
He's probably 25.
25,
he was in college.
26?
He was in college for 4 years, right? So he's probably
Yeah.
He's been in the pro since
So
2020.
he's 26. 26. So 26 and 24, because I know
Daniels is old.
Daniels is
rookie.
older,
Yeah,
right?
he's older.
So you got two young quarterbacks
Awesome.
with two good coaching staffs. You can say whatever you want about Sirianni.
I know, and
That's
I
a
can't
good
say that
coaching
anymore,
staff,
can I?
up and down, and we know the Redskins, the Commanders have a
Woke.
great coaching staff, loaded. So it's even worse than that because you're third at the worst. At least you
Yeah.
get the Giants to kick.
Yeah.
I didn't believe that Hurts could win games on his own coming into the league.
Sure.
Right? I thought he was good enough athletically to do some things, but I didn't think he could win on his own. He's got to the point now where he throws the ball much better than I ever thought he would.
Throw to Smith last night was awesome.
He and Lamar Jackson have developed their accuracy to something that most people said for years couldn't happen.
Sure.
They say if you're not accurate in college, and don't give me people who have 70% completion rates in college because you're dumping the ball off.
Yeah,
but
bonus.
show me what their numbers are, either between the numbers or outside the numbers. Show me how they throw then, because one or the other is not going to usually be pretty good. And both of them have gotten good at it.
Yeah.
You know?
See, the thing is with Hurts, he's in a great system for him.
Perfect.
He's in a great
It's awesome.
system for him.
Yeah.
And
cool.
and he's got good talent on the edge. He's got a great running
talent.
game.
Awesome
got a
offensive
great
line.
offensive line. I mean, it's all there. And I don't
everything,
mean to take away, because I'm very happy for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I
me too.
love how he has handled himself going back to when he got benched for Tua.
Yep.
And all that stuff. I thought I'm happy for him.
Yep.
And he deserved it. But he is in a great system
He is.
for him.
Perfect. But also, look at him, the 3 or 4 times he ran with the ball, right? What did he end up with, 72?
It was
right?
70
So he
plus.
led the game, right?
Correct.
I believe that was like plus 800 for him
Yeah.
to lead the game.
Yeah,
in
72
rushing.
yards.
So look at those kinds of times he did that. And then look at the 2 or 3 throws he made Even the first one on the interference.
Yep.
How good of a fade was that?
Yeah.
It was perfect pass.
Yep.
He's just grown into be, yes, I know the system helps him out. He's got pressure. But even when there were guys that came through, he still got rid of the ball. He didn't take a bunch of sacks. He's grown a ton. And having, adding Barkley to the mix, even if he doesn't get yards, the threat of Barkley, forcing, they had a play they ran. This is in the middle of the second quarter. It was a catch made by Dotson. It was probably a 5-yard catch. He ran for another 6. But he ran like a little jerk route inside and came out.
Yep.
Well, Barkley came out, went the other way, and everybody went with Barkley.
Yep.
There was nobody over there for Dotson. When he caught it, there was nobody else in the picture when he caught it.
And he had 2 great blitz pickups, too.
Yeah. Barkley did. Yeah. The one with
Barkley
side
did.
body.
Yes.
The side body one was really good.
Was very good.
Yeah.
So, Barkley still impacted the game, even though he only had 57 yards on 23.
Because he's the threat,
He
He's
is.
the threat. But he's got it. When the Saints had Reggie Bush, Reggie wasn't really great at anything. I mean, he was great catching the ball, but he wasn't great at finding holes, and he wasn't great sometimes going into contact. But all he had to do was go in motion before the play, and at least one tight end, at least one linebacker, one safety went with him.
It's like Tyreek Hill, right? How he just kind of breaks the defense.
Exactly. Yeah. Same thing with Darren Sproles when the Saints got Darren Sproles. Same thing. He would run the same route all the time. Nobody could cover it. That's what Barkley is. It's a difference maker. So
That's exciting for them.
It was awesome. And you got him for another 10 years probably?
Awesome.
In your division?
Really cool.
I lived in Pennsylvania when I was a little kid. My mom lived there for a long time. I have family from there. The majority of my friends, well, they're not all friends right now because we've got an argument over whether or not Travis Kelce should wear that outfit he wore.
Bad outfit.
None of you people, and I'm not either, are fashionistas, right? You're not.
I'm not.
We know.
I didn't have it.
And I mean, it's a really cool suit if you're a really rich person who can afford to buy that suit and wear it and look good in it. I don't care about his, well, that takes away from the game. All these people are like, well, if he spent more time practicing instead of picking out his clothes.
They all do this.
I know. That's my thing. They're all young, rich people.
They were saying that if he would have dressed like that, they would have won.
Earlier in the season, week 2 on our thread, they're killing Jalen Hurts because of some outfit he wore with this matching bag. If he would only be, spending more time on football and not that matching bag. I'm like, are you serious? They loved the corner wearing his
they like Cooper DeJean. He was wearing his high school.
Right? They love that.
Interesting.
But they're from Philly.
Yeah.
It
seems like you're about to crap on Philadelphia people.
They're my friends, but at times they're a little racist. They just are. It's just who they are. It's how they were raised. Nothing you can do about it. It's who they are.
Do I? First of all, do I give a crap about what these guys wear going on, coming into the stadium? No, but I get it. That's what they do because they like to compare themselves. It all started with the NBA. The NBA guys were the ones that were really, dressed to the nines to come into the arena. Now they're all doing it because they like to compare.
And
this is part of what they do.
Some of them also have endorsements with clothing companies.
Well, sure.
Yeah, that's another thing too. So,
with Kelce, who's to say that one of his kayfabe girlfriends?
Somebody could have picked it out.
Weren't picking this.
Somebody could have picked it out.
By the way, I am hoping that there was an intent for Kelce to propose.
There's no
night.
way he would have done that. So here's the thing about that guy, and I know a lot of people make fun of him and his hair or whatever else. He is an incredibly serious athlete, right?
Oh yeah,
and practices hard. Very serious about a lot of things.
Good teammate.
Great teammate. He wouldn't do that to his team. You're not going to overshadow the winning of a third Super Bowl by doing that. Because
I know, but
you're marrying the most famous person on the planet.
It's just the idea.
He would never do that. He would never do that. I defend Taylor Swift because I like her. So,
how are we supposed to take this dynasty now? I asked a question earlier today on the J-Tech Construction Zone
the
Twitter
third best
page.
dynasty of all time. You talking about Kansas City?
Yeah.
Third best dynasty of all time.
Third best?
I think third best, yeah.
Behind who?
Because it's five Super Bowls in 6 years?
Well, 5 and 6, they've won 3 and 6.
Yeah, but
the two they lost, they got crushed.
But they went to
5
and 6
5
years.
and 6 years, yeah.
So that's better than Pittsburgh. Because Pittsburgh went, what was it, 70?
It was 4 and 6
5,
years.
and then
and then
the Niners 81, 82,
right,
and then 87, 88. So that's more than that. Dallas won those 3 and 4 in 4 years, which is pretty darn good.
Patriots won 3 and 4, and then they won 3 and 5.
And then so I think it's either 3 or 4.
I mean,
getting there is the hard. That's what they should be saying today. The Kansas City Chiefs be saying, you know what? We're not even that good.
Yeah, isn't it? I think this is
We're not even that good.
It does make you
Did
wonder,
you watch
though,
us all year? We're
it
not even
does
that
make you
good.
wonder, though, if the rest of the AFC wasn't as good as we thought they were.
See,
I think Baltimore beats them if they played each other.
I do. Too.
I
That's the
Probably.
one. Baltimore's
Probably.
the one.
Yeah, I think they got to be kicking themselves.
They lucked out, just like Philadelphia lucked out too in their stretch. But I mean, really, Kansas City lucked out in what they had to face in those 2 games.
Oh, absolutely.
I always find this question really interesting because it's like getting punished for making it to the last boss, but losing to the boss. You know, it's like the Michael Jordan. He went 6-0. Like has. I think warped our brains because we talked about it with LeBron. And now it's like, in a way, it would have been better for the Chiefs historically if they wouldn't have made the Super Bowl. Because like I'm looking at a score right now, and you guys will obviously remember this game. When the Giants played the 49ers on January 4th, 1987, the Giants won 49-3.
Yeah.
But because that wasn't in the Super Bowl, we're not like Joe Montana got blown out. And I know he got hurt in that game.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the Super Bowl. So it's like not a black mark on his record.
Right.
Whereas if he would have made the Super Bowl and lost, then people are like, well, he got blown out in the Super Bowl that one time.
Well,
so I don't think
see,
this changes how I view the dynasty.
See, to me, though, it's about.
He's lost like 5 games.
Yeah.
Sure, he has.
He's lost like 5 games and 2 of them were Super Bowls. You know, like it's
Right. But
it's
you
crazy.
see, but the thing is, the Steelers during their run never lost Super Bowl.
Didn't lose Super Bowl, definitely not.
The 49ers didn't lose a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The Cowboys in the short time didn't lose a Super Bowl.
Can you argue that then, because you know we're older people, that the game was as hard to win as it is now? With the way the Steelers had and in 78, every player on that team was drafted by them.
Oh, there's no
every
question.
single player.
There's no question.
There's no free agency to deal with. There was none of this other stuff to deal with. What they're having to deal with right now and the way they draft and the way they pick, it's incredible.
The parity is a lot tougher to get through today. No question about it. Because of just the talent distribution, the free agency, all of that.
Yeah, everywhere. We all remember we remember the 80s in the NBA. It was either the Lakers, it was the Celtics, it was the Sixers, or the Rockets.
Yeah,
I mean,
randomly,
that's it. It was nothing else.
That
I
was
mean,
it.
that's an era where you could say they did everything better. They didn't have to worry about losing any free agents. But now, what the Eagles did drafting the last 3 years and the free agency, go and get A.J. Brown, bringing in Saquon, that is incredible. Like literally, when they were handing that trophy out, it shouldn't have gone to Jeffrey Lurie. It should go to the GM.
Howie Roseman.
That's who it should go to first.
That's the other thing. People that we like to focus on Saquon, but I saw a stat last night. I can't quote it directly, but it was basically wins, losses. A.J. Brown with the Titans. A.J. Brown, Titans away from, without A.J. Brown. They stole 2 guys.
Yeah.
They stole 2 winners off of 2 teams.
And I thought the A.J. Brown, because A.J. Brown, I had him on a couple of fantasy teams. He was always hurt. He was questionable. He'd miss a game occasionally. He was always banged up. And I remember when they made the trade on draft day, I was like, I don't know, guys. He gets hurt a lot. Well, he stayed healthy for the most part.
Yeah, last 3 years he's been really healthy.
It makes all the difference in the world.
That was the first step for that offense going up another level because they'd already drafted Smith, right?
Yep.
And so like it goes up another level.
Yep.
And then this year, adding.
How about the
Saquon
draft
Barkley.
of Goddard? Dallas is sitting there going to take him, and they make a trade to jump over him. People are like, I can't believe they traded a 3rd rounder to move up for a tight end.
And that was when they still had Ertz, right?
Yeah,
they still had Zach Ertz.
Zach Ertz was still there. So they have just thought ahead. 8 moves ahead on the chess.
Well, and speaking of drafting a player that is just like, wow, that's surprising. Jalen Hurts picking him in the second round when they still had Wentz on the roster.
Yep,
and it was like, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And then they move on from Peterson as fast as possible.
Yeah, they didn't.
That's true. They've won 2 Super Bowls in
8
8 years in 2 administrations.
They do not waste time. Howie Roseman's awesome.
Yeah,
he is incredible.
There's no doubt. There is no doubt.
Even bringing in, you look what he did when he brought in Gardner Johnson, right? Who was a bit of a troublemaker with the Saints, but we knew he was a good player. They figured out a way to be able to use that guy, get him in there, stay out of trouble for the most part. He gets a couple some sportsmanlike conducts. Then they bring in oh my God, I've got the linebacker. Almost got defensive player of the year. That's a guy who played special teams for the Saints the majority of the time.
Braun, right?
And when Braun did play, he played as a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play as a middle linebacker off the ball guy. They bring him in there. They say, oh, that guy can fit here. Stick him in.
And it helped their linebackers because that was like the one weakness on the defense 2 years ago was their linebackers.
If you go through there.
And then they add in the 2 rookies this year on the defensive back.
And Quentin Mitchell, we were talking about that as a group, my Philly fan friends. And we kept talking about how Cooper DeJean fit them perfectly because of the city and everything. But he wasn't the best cornerback. They got who I thought was the best cornerback in the draft, and then they still got him.
Yes.
In the next round. It's just, they're a machine, man.
I don't know if we talk enough about good GMs.
Smart.
We should. It should start with that.
I really don't.
Because Mickey Loomis, who's the Saints GM, had a run with Sean Payton, that was incredible.
Mhm.
They had 3 or 4 drafts where they had multiple Pro Bowlers off of them. But then it got to the point where they couldn't keep those guys. The ones they chose to keep were the wrong ones. They get in salary cap hell because trying to keep Breeze around. They can't make the move to get Tom Brady to come because they were trying to get Tom Brady to come. Tom considered it. They blew it on the Mahomes draft. They were sitting there. They waited at 12 instead of moving up. Kansas City jumped over him, took Mahomes. That's all GM mistakes.
Well, and the wild part, too, is that Roseman lost the power struggle to Chip Kelly when
He
they
did.
brought him in from college.
Yeah.
And they sent him to, there's all these really interesting stories. He goes into a different offense at a different type of part of the building.
Yep.
And then they eventually move on from Kelly. They re-promote him,
Yep.
even though the fans wanted fired a few years ago. And he just makes the best moves possible.
Dude, week 2, they wanted Sirianni fired.
Oh, I was talking about Roseman.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
yeah.
That-
I know.
I was just pointing out
Isn't that
Philly
interesting,
fans
though?
wanting guys fired.
The 2 guys at the end of the year
Yep.
who not everybody, but a loud enough percentage of the fan base wanted gone are the 2 guys standing, Ryan Day and Nick Sirianni.
Oh, yeah, in terms of
Awesome.
coaches, yeah. 'Cause I
In
was
terms
gonna
of
say,
coaches.
Hurts was a guy, too.
Well,
That
yeah.
a lot of the guys that I'm friends with who are Eagles fans, they were done with him because of the mistakes he'd make every game
Mhm.
where, he'd fumble it, or he'd take a bad sack or whatever else. And they were done with him.
There
And
were
in the end-
more than just one winner last night. Michael says he's got a list of 10 winners,
10 winners.
from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So here he is. And for those of you, we will have a graphic up shortly. First of all, I don't know. Was this picture taken last night? This is the biggest smile I've ever seen on Michael's face. It's incredible. It's like we got a picture of him from last night.
That is, you guys know the secret to smiling? Do you know what the secret to smiling is? So there's
Chiefs
a word
losing.
you say.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so there's a word you say and it makes you smile.
So what did you
And
say?
so I said that word.
Yeah.
Because I could never smile in pictures
Oh,
very
yeah,
well.
yeah.
And then I learned that. And
Okay.
so now I use that word and it allows me to smile.
Are we allowed to say this word?
Penis, sure. But see, there's no time in the world where it doesn't make someone. It's hilarious. It works for
I was
everybody.
mad at my penis. There you go. Hey, we played that
All
drop.
right, we've got the drop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, so you're gonna go are you gonna go 10?
Yeah, I'm gonna go
10
number
down
10
one?
first. Yeah.
All right, so Michael's 10 winners
Yeah.
from the Super Bowl.
I'm going to do this as if Mel Kiper, because my 10 one has 3 of them in it.
Nice.
Oh, of course.
Right. So one of them is F1 racing, which I have no interest in. I've never had any interest in.
So why is it a winner?
Did you watch the trailer?
No.
With Brad Pitt?
I saw it.
It basically is.
Oh, a movie.
Yes, it's
Okay.
basically Days of Thunder for F1.
Oh,
Now, I know
hopefully,
like-
hopefully
I
it's
know-
more realistic.
I know, but it doesn't matter. The amount of people that have moved over because of documentaries and everything to
Oh,
F1,
sure, yeah.
it's just going to go up because of that movie. First of all, you're putting Brad Pitt in it. The music's incredible.
Who is too old to be driving F1?
That's fine. Put him in. He
old.
looks better than any of us. You put him
True.
in that movie, and you put the music in it, and you go watch the trailer.
Yeah.
It's going to be
All right.
huge.
I'll watch
It's
it.
going to be huge. Mountain Dew, because everybody in the room cracked up to the Seal commercial.
I missed this.
Everybody
when
in the
did this
room.
run? Because I
It
missed
ran
it.
twice. Once in the first quarter, because my wife got up to go upstairs to get some what is that horrible stuff they eat? It's got peanut butter in it and marsh. It's horrible. Anyway, they went to go get that stuff, and so she missed it. But then it came on again in the third quarter.
I missed them
It's-
both times.
It's hilarious.
I missed
it's
them both
hilarious.
times.
And the other one would be Dunkin' Donuts, because
And I missed that
the
one.
Dunkin' stuff was just good.
I missed that one
Affleck
too.
is so good at being fun at himself, So I think those 3 are all
So
winners.
that's 10?
That's
That's
all
number
those
10
are all
together.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
the only one
number-
that has 2 in it.
Okay, number
9, John Baptiste. John Baptiste sang the anthem.
national anthem.
He went over. We haven't had an over anthem in over a decade, right?
Of
Over
course
the
you
minute.
know this.
Over a decade. And he pissed off everybody on the internet. It's incredible how mad. I can't believe he sang. Look how he sang. He added words to it. Oh my God, I
because
can't.
he repeated himself.
Well,
I missed
no,
the
he just-
anthem.
He
And
said
the
land of the free
three times.
right? And he sang it fairly
Land of
slowly.
the free.
Let me tell you something about John Baptiste. There's 2 families in New Orleans, right? There's 2 major music families.
Okay.
And he's in one of them.
Okay.
His father, Lionel, was one of the greatest musicians in the history of the city. The dude could do whatever he want in that city. That's why he's doing that. And they were just mad because, it's supposed to sound like this. And then they got like Chris Stapleton. Chris Stapleton's version is awesome. Whitney's version is awesome.
I love
John
this
was
version.
great, but you go look. The only thing that was hated more
Really?
than that was halftime show.
Really, I liked
Yeah.
this anthem.
I like
because it wasn't trying to be over the top and just so radically different, but it was different, but it still sounded classic.
I thought he sang it great.
I thought it was great.
I thought he sang it great, but it did help me on Facebook because it allows you to block more people. It just shows you who the people you need to block.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really easy. Number 8, Jake Elliott.
Over the 1.5, by the way. Over the 1.5.
kicks. He nailed it. And he hit
when he went out to make the 50-yard reference, and he's finally going to make it.
Yeah. He's really struggling. Good for him. He was 1 for 7, I think, right? He did Yeah. Number 7. Always plays his worst game that we can remember. Yeah. It's also incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Over touchdown, over yards. It's almost one of the last sports in the future. You didn't watch the game, you're like, it wasn't very bad. Right. This was a classic garbage time. A lot of that's changed. He's winner in the end. People look at that guy because they're like, oh, he must have bad. He's a winner. Number 6. The Chiefs. They did harm their loss streak. They might not have lost. They're just like the last 17 in a row. Good job. The Chiefs. They are a winner in a way. The city of New Orleans. Done that Michael mentioned.
Everyone's saying that this should be the future host for every Super Bowl. Is it
Everybody-
really that great?
Everybody had. They want him in that rotation.
They want him in the
of 4.
core rotation.
Yeah. So
it is surprising it's been this long.
Yeah, it's two things. It's not just that it's a great place to have the Super Bowl. It's not great that Caesars is there and there's legalized gambling and all of that, and it's the best place to go party probably on this planet. But the bigger thing is, what happened on New Year's Eve and the thing they did down in the French Quarter where they had Lady Gaga singing. They walked all the first responders down the French Quarter. They had to shut down the French Quarter to do that, which I don't know how they did that. That's amazing.
You see, they filmed it at like 3 in the morning.
Yeah. So it's incredible that they did that. And I thought just overall the city came out good, and they needed it. I mean, they really did. It's been a tough stretch for that city, and that was a tough thing to happen.
They did a nice job. The only thing I would say is, and I don't know if you watched the pregame music when they brought out the Southern University band.
Human jukebox.
It sounded lip synced, or not lip synced, but recorded.
Oh, it wasn't. They sound like the reason why they call the human jukebox, they actually sound like the radio.
Because I mean, it almost sounded too good.
That's how
I enjoyed it.
That's
it
how
almost
they
sounded too good.
That's how they are. When we went to the Saints game this past year, they were there, and my son plays in the band. He plays low brass, and I said, just listen to him.
It was very good.
That's why they're called the human jukebox.
It was very good.
That good.
So was that number 5?
That was number 5. Number 4.
Okay. Number 4, closed captioning. Closed captioning was a huge winner.
Why?
Because of Kendrick Lamar at halftime. Who the hell can understand a damn word he's saying without closed captioning? Way to go, closed captioning, for saving all of us from not knowing what the hell that dude's saying. I've never been a fan of Kendrick Lamar. He's awesome. People are surprised. All that. That's wonderful. I can't understand a damn word he's saying. And I'm the only one in the house with good ears. I got 2 deaf kids and a wife that can't hear. I'm listening. I'm going, I can't understand what he's saying.
Thankfully, you had
closed captioning.
But the way this was mic'd, I could understand it wasn't like he was overdone by the music.
No,
or
it's
by
not
the
that.
beat.
It's the way he raps.
But right. Yeah.
And he doesn't rhyme all the time. And as somebody from the 70s and 80s, I like the rhymers. I like to give me some Kool Moe Dee, baby. I need some Rakim.
Him calling out Drake though and staring right into the camera and smiling.
But see, I don't even know what that is about.
Oh,
I have no idea.
I'll help you during the commercial.
I have
break.
no idea. No, they were telling us, I don't care.
Yeah, okay.
2 black men
I
hating
don't
on each
care.
other. 2 black men hating on each other is not good. I don't like that. I hate that. There's nothing I hate more than people of their own persuasion hating on each other. And he's calling this guy a pedophile. What are you doing? Stop that. That's not healthy.
If anything,
there are a lot of people that hate us.
They need to hate on Kanye because he's the one selling the
Hate
Nazi
on. There's
tea.
a lot of people to hate on, bro.
Yeah.
You need to be hating on your own people. But that's I got problems with that.
Number 3.
Anyway, closed captioning was that America wins when the Chiefs lose, and
God, I thought it was only the Cowboys.
and I am America, and I won, and I'm happy. So America and
Makes
mostly
one of
me.
us.
It does seem like there's a lot of happy people.
It should be.
Josh.
Should be damn happy.
Chiefs
He's like
fans
one of the
say.
few in the world outside of Kansas City. There are a lot of happy people
Yeah, I stand
all
with
over
my
the
Chiefs
place.
brothers and sisters.
Yes, America, me. Number 2, Eagles escalators. I told you, Eagles escalators. Whether you did a -3, a -5, a -10, a -15.
As long as you didn't do -20.
As long as you didn't do -20, and it wasn't offered.
17
It wasn't
and a half,
offered.
you would have been mad.
Yeah, I know. Eagles escalators. It's a big, huge winner. For me, it was -10. I congratulate everybody who has got the balls to do an escalator. Don't just take the number they give you. Go get your own number.
And the number winner.
one in Black History Month, the white cornerback gets a pick on his birthday and takes it back for a touchdown. The biggest winner, white cornerbacks, by far.
There's a tweet, Michael, that I don't even know if I'm allowed to read.
Is it the one with the wine?
No, it was from
the wine one is good.
So it was from Dominique's Foxworth.
Yeah.
Okay, and so him and I know you're not a Bomani Jones fan because Bomani is from Atlanta.
He's okay.
But they had been making in the lead up to last year's draft many jokes about how this is a white cornerback who needs to stay
Move to safety.
No, they were like
okay,
he needs
good.
to stay. He's
Good.
that good.
Good.
And so he tweeted last night, and I'm just going to read it verbatim.
Okay.
He said he plays more like DeGene Cooper, and I laughed hysterically.
Yes.
for
Yeah,
many
he said that
minutes at a
multiple
time.
times on multiple
Oh,
shows.
has he? Okay.
Yeah, he said that multiple times.
That's the first
on
time
multiple
that I
shows.
had heard it, and I laughed. Really
The whole time leading up to that draft, man, I watched him. I watched 2 full years of him at Iowa as a starter. I'm like, that's a bad boy. He's a hell of a punt returner.
Mhm.
He's a hell of a physical corner.
Yes.
And everybody was in the draft saying, "Oh, he's got to move to safety. He's got to move to safety."
And they didn't.
Even Hobbs said to me, he goes, "He's a safety, right?" I go, "No, he's the third corner. They have 3 great corners.
Yes,
and
they
they
do.
play all 3 of them, and they all succeed." Congratulations to white cornerbacks in Black History Month.
I was racking my brain trying to think of who is the last white defensive back to intercept a pass in the Super Bowl.
Did John Lynch have one? Now he was a safety.
I'm pretty sure
He's a defensive back.
I'm pretty sure
Did Jason Sehorn?
Dallas.
Giants didn't.
Waters had one. Didn't Waters have one? I know that's the 70s. I think Waters had one.
Well, one from the 70s I know is Jake Scott.
Well, Jake Scott had 2, didn't he?
From the Dolphins.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Waters had one.
Yeah.
That's a safety spot. There's not a lot of corners to choose from. I mean, you got to go
there's
back.
not.
You got to go
No,
back a
there's not.
ways. And
I thought the stat though was pretty cool because everyone thought it was going to be Deshaun, but the fact that it was also DeGene's birthday, and he is the youngest player on his birthday to score in an NFL championship game, and the previous low was Steve Van Buren.
Oh my God,
of the
Raiders?
Eagles,
Oh, the Eagles,
of
okay.
1947.
Okay, so championship game.
So yeah, to
Okay.
score on
Yeah.
your birthday in a
Yeah.
championship game, youngest player, just totally random.
By the way,
stat.
I went and looked it up. So in the Bucks Raiders Super Bowl, Dwight Smith, Dexter Jackson, and Derek Brooks had picks. So Jason,
It's not
or
Lynch,
yeah,
yeah.
Lynch.
I
Did not.
think
they scored 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, they did.
Yes,
it
they
was
did.
incredible. I'm
Come on,
pretty
Callahan.
sure that what's his first name? Waters' first name?
For who?
The Cowboys.
Oh,
The
Charlie
70s.
Waters.
Charlie Waters. I'm pretty sure Charlie Waters. Had
Charlie
two.
Waters might have had
I
one.
thought he had one, but that's the only one. I'm trying to think of other ones that.
But there haven't been many. I mean,
They haven't been many.
there's just not many white corner.
There
I
are
mean,
not a whole lot of us.
Remember how Jason Sehorn was, and then Jason Sehorn goes out there, and during a play, his belt comes loose and his pants fall down.
Yep.
So not only did he get beat on the play, literally he got his pants beat off him.
Now you're seeing his ass.
Now you're seeing his ass. Well, he had underwear on.
Well,
Yes,
Michael, I'm very happy for you that we're not going to lose one of the most passionate football watchers ever, thanks to the
Yeah, I
Eagles.
want you to try the wings, though.
Oh.
Try the wings.
So what? These are again from.
These are from Lucille's, which is in Sapp Brothers.
Thank
I
you.
think they're not totally hot now, but I think they're the best breaded wing in town. And it's kind of spicy. It's got a little kick to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it needs
I'm
to be
waiting
heated up
for
a
the
little
kick.
bit in the
Waiting for
microwave,
the
but it's
kick.
got a little kick to it. I just think they're perfect. And now I will tell you, they're expensive. They are expensive to buy.
Well, it's Trump's America after all.
Yeah, no,
everything's really
they've
pricey.
always been long before in Obama's America. They were expensive, but that's my favorite breaded wing. You can get 2 places.
Thank
you
you,
can get either
Michael.
one of the Saps. So you got to celebrate
good.
with food.
Mm-hmm.
And since we're celebrating
We are.
today, oh yeah, we're celebrating.
Last night it was all
people
we had hamburger where we had cheesy dip that had hamburger in it.
Mhm.
She made Big Mac sliders.
Yep, I've had those.
And then she made a potato soup that also had ground beef.
Ground
so
beef
we
in
had
it.
ground beef everywhere last night.
I made ribs. I made wings. I made pigs in a blanket. I also made
with Smokies.
Yep, and I also took Little Smokies and wrapped them with bacon and put Mike's Hot Honey on them.
Oh, that's good
Had
stuff.
that and I made guacamole and pico.
Have you had Mike's Hot Honey?
Don't think so.
You want to talk inflation?
Oh.
Mike's Hot Honey used to be
Really?
$5.99 a bottle.
What is it now?
$12.99, $11.99.
I don't know.
It's because it became so popular and restaurants started using it like crazy.
It's delicious.
and it's great, but yeah, it's expensive as heck now.
yeah.
So yeah.
And basically it's just honey with pepper flakes.
Yeah.
Now maybe a little spicy.
Now we have an all because think about going into the off season.
Those are good wings.
And
I
we
want
go into
another
the
one.
off season in a situation where all you're hearing from is Chiefs fans.
Thank
talking about three in a row, how bad that would have been. Just put yourself in that moment, how bad that would have been. It'd have been horrible. Even for Josh, who believes it wouldn't have been horrible, it would have been horrible.
Well, she would have been really sad last night. So
that is true. Yeah, cheer for your wife a little bit.
I said it on the air. See, John's going to keep winking. I was genuinely happy for her. Seeing how emotional she was at the end of the game. It was cool.
It's awesome.
And then I just got sad because I'll never experience that same happiness.
They just won a few years ago. That's not true.
It's not like they suffered forever.
That's not true. Look, as much as you put down the Cowboys and everything, and I get that.
John's beating it into me.
It really only takes 2 years of doing something right, whether it's drafting right, free agency right, getting lucky with a quarterback, to all of a sudden put yourself in a situation where you're in a championship. All you got to do is get to the AFC NFC championship game, then all bets are off.
I've never seen it, so
all bets are off. It's
really difficult.
You said, so I was born in 1969, okay? The Saints didn't win until 2010.
That's true.
That's a long time.
That's true.
Pittsburgh Steelers fans, they went 36 straight years without making the playoffs. The playoffs.
And that was like I said, it was a different
That was the 30s, 40s,
era.
50s. Yes.
They were just terrible.
They were horrible. They were the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
And then they turn around and they become the best team in the league.
Became the best.
Yeah.
It could happen.
Yeah.
Look at the Lions. If I'd have told you 5 years ago the Lions were a team that would be contention in the NFC,
I'd say,
me.
The Lions fans should be just aching today, just going, God, that could have been us.
Michael, before you go, who is the team? It's the Ravens, right? They're the ones
think
that
it's
are
the Ravens.
most angry about the end of the season.
Yeah,
the Lions are just like,
What are you talking about? We were 18 yards away.
No, it's not the Rams.
The exact same way.
It's the Ravens.
Because you got the 2-point drop that ties it, right?
Mhm.
So you probably go into that overtime and have a pretty good chance to win, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think that you'd be able to run the ball better than the Eagles did in that championship game.
Mhm.
And I think with the way that front is, and they blitzed a little bit more than the Eagles had to, but I think they could have gotten to Mahomes as well. I think they win the AFC and go to the Super Bowl. Now that they beat the Eagles, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think
I definitely think they were going to beat the Chiefs if they got
and
the
that's the
rematch.
way Kansas City's fans should be going. They should be thinking to themselves, we won all these close games. We trailed so many games. We probably aren't as good as we think we are. We're lucky to get to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Sometimes, Matt, there's a great quote from Madden talking about that day. He's talking before the game. It's a pregame thing. And he's like, this is what you're playing for. This is what you want. But in the end, one team's going to leave here the happiest team in the world, and the other team's going to feel like a loser.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. Technically, you get an L.
Yeah.
But
you still got there.
You still got there. Yeah. There's a whole lot of teams that would love to get there.
Yep. Even if it would be the worst day of your life if you lose.
I always say
It's a bad day.
I don't agree with. I think it's the AFC NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I think when you lose that game,
it hurts more.
I think it hurts more because then you don't. What could have happened in the Super Bowl? You get to the Super Bowl. Now I don't. If you get blown out, maybe it's a different
depends.
story.
It depends.
But I mean, you go to the Super Bowl, like the one. So the one that you guys stole for the Saints. If you go there and just score 6 points, I can understand it not being great. You only can go score 6 damn points on somebody.
I think they only scored 3, Michael.
It was only 3.
The lowest ever in the history of the damn Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
It was.
See, that you should be upset about. But I always believe that that's the weekend. When you lose in a championship game, you're like, what could have happened in the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Well, I will look forward to maybe losing in that round someday because I've still never even seen that.
I think the sport is better when the old teams are good. So the
Thank you,
Raiders need to be
Except
good
the
again.
Cowboys.
Thank
The
you, Michael.
Cowboys should be good again.
Never.
Hell, even the Giants, for most of my childhood, not most of it.
They weren't great.
My first 10, they weren't very good. But by the time 83 and 84 came along, they started getting better and better and better and better. And then, they won 5, 4?
We won 4.
4. Yeah. 2 and 2. So yeah. They should get double because they beat Brady twice. Those should count for 2.
That's true.
So
It definitely didn't count for an extra Hall of Fame berth.
well, you know, he
It'll
wasn't
be
gonna get
there.
on the first. You know, he wasn't getting on the first.
Yeah, it makes me happy.
He wasn't getting the first.
It's the tiny amount of solace that I can take from this.
Although
last
I did
week in
pick him.
football.
I did pick him in the kick of destiny.
Did you?
Oh hell yeah! I'm never picking Peyton Manning for anything.
That's true.
Never in
That's
my
true.
life will I pick that man for anything.
That's true.
I heard you say it on the radio. I'm like, no. First of all, Eli's the better athlete.
Yeah, that's true.
He's the better athlete.
He can actually move.
Yeah,
He
a little
can.
bit. Yeah. Well, the other guy's like, yeah, whatever.
That was
Michael
fun.
Severe, ladies and
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Michael.
Thank you,
We're gonna
Michael.
have food.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Probably gonna have
Wings
another
are
one.
awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
Nick, eat a wing.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Nick just sat there, I think he was like, is he ever going to offer me one? Instead of just reaching your hand over.
Yeah,
I wasn't on camera. It would have been weird.
You should have just given me the high sign.
No,
I
it's
didn't even think
fine.
about it. All right. We'll be back. 16:20 zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right. Here we go. Content with Nick.
There he is on camera.
I'm not Michael Severe. Hello. Everything's fine.
Wow.
I was eating wings during the break.
Yeah, you definitely were.
I mean, it might have been good just to keep it pointed at the wall.
I guess that could have been meant then the listeners wouldn't have to see Nick's face.
Well, if they're listeners, they wouldn't be seeing his face anyway.
The viewers wouldn't have to see Nick's face.
Look at my face.
Mm-hmm.
With another win under their belt, Nebraska now sits at 16-8 overall and 6-7 in Big Ten play. Bart has them going 20-11 and 10-10 by the end of the season. Is it time to fire up? Who you rooting for?
Is it John?
I guess a little. I did do a little bit of ducking and dodging and diving and digging.
Dodgeball.
Nebraska's currently sitting 49th in the net, 39th on the Ken Palm. They're 5-6 against Q1. On Bracket Matrix, they're currently the 11th seed. Now remember, Bracket Matrix is usually a little bit behind because
it's a little laggy.
Because a lot of the brackets don't come in all the way. Their best seed of the brackets that I saw this morning was 9th. They were only out on 2 brackets, 2 of 86. So that's pretty good. And their Bart projection is 20-11.
Nice.
Bart has them as a 10 seed. So, and Connor mentioned this during his show today. Nebraska's basically back to where they were before the 6-game losing streak.
100%. They have been able to make up the ground that they lost, which kind of makes it frustrating that it's like, what if they would have won like 1 or 2 or even 3 games amongst that stretch? By the way, I saw a tweet from T3 Bracketology, and they had Nebraska in the should be in category along with Ohio State of teams in the Big Ten Conference.
Congrats, Nebraska. Nebraska ball is good.
Nebraska ball is good.
When the score reached 40-6 last night, listener Stan reached out and asked if this was the worst Super Bowl ever. John, you were famously alive in the 80s. Was last night as bad as the worst of the worst in that decade?
Typical Youngs always think everything is worse now. Trust me, the games of the 80s were much worse.
What was the worst? Is it the 49ers Broncos?
49ers Broncos. But honestly, 49ers Chargers was, I mean.
What about our words Broncos when they scored 35 points in the second quarter?
Who?
Our words. Doug Williams.
Oh, that one? That one was just so surprising because it was close, and then the second quarter happened, and
suddenly it wasn't close anymore.
But no. See, the thing that made last night more watchable, and I'm not saying this to troll Chiefs fans, but there was the idea, at least in the back of your head, of, well, it is Mahomes, you never know. We also have had a Super Bowl in recent years where a team famously came back, Michael, from 28-3 down.
People forget.
But it was also the historic nature of, wow, I can't believe that this dynasty is getting crushed like this. So even though the game was never
the dynasty
really
in quotes,
well, it's because
you have weird definitions.
It's not as good as the Patriots. It's not as good as the Niners. It's not as good as the Cowboys.
Didn't you used to crap on the Patriots one, and then you finally had to admit? I feel like you're going to come around on the Chiefs dynasty at some point in time.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just rating it worse than the others. I'm sorry. You go to Super Bowl and you get boat raced twice. I mean, you weren't even competitive. You shouldn't have been on the damn field. That you get knocked down a peg in my book.
Britton says, do people forget Seahawks Broncos from 2014? That game was terrible. That was an awful.
Right, but the question was going back a little further than that. But certainly that one was bad. But yeah, but the thing about last night was there was still the element of, wow, I can't believe this is happening. And it's happening to these guys. And so I think, I mean, imagine if one of those Patriot Super Bowls had gone sideways like this.
Mm-hmm. Like the 28-3 game.
I think a lot of people would have said, man, it's great to see Brady finally taking it on the chin.
There are a lot of tweets from the first half of that game that were saying essentially that.
So, yeah, the games of the 80s were, you knew that they weren't coming back. So it was like, this is over.
On last Friday's Grum, Josh predicted it would be the Commanders at Eagles to open the season if Philly won the Super Bowl. Take a peep at their schedule. John, what do you think?
So the teams that they have at home, obviously all three NFC East teams, Cowboys, Giants, Commanders. They have the Bears and the Lions from the NFC North. They have the Broncos and the Raiders from the AFC West. The one-off game is against John's Los Angeles Rams.
I think the Lions. I think it'll be Detroit. I don't know if they want to use a division game. I think the Rams, you don't want to. I don't know if there's an appeal to the rematch. Maybe there would be to the rematch of a playoff game that was competitive. I would say the Lions first, then the Rams, and then whoever after that. Those are that'd be my ranking of the likely two teams.
So I'm still going to stick with the Commanders. The reason I don't think it's going to be the Lions is because they just opened up one of the Thursday night games with the Chiefs in the 2023 season. So I don't think it'll be them.
But that might be a reason to do it.
Sure, but I think that they're going to want to save that for 325 or for Sunday Night Football. I think they're going to lean into the NFC Championship rematch and, all right, time to announce Jaden Daniels to the world even more. By the way, their road games next year are also great because they also, of course, have the NFC East teams, but they are at Lambeau. They are playing at the Bills. There is a Super Bowl rematch. They are also playing at the Vikings and the Chargers. So pretty interesting schedule next year for the defending champs. Oh, and the Bucks.
The Bucks.
And the Bucks.
According to Ian Rappaport, the 49ers are expected to explore trading star Deebo Samuel. Rappaport said, "A parting for Samuel in San Francisco is not guaranteed, but it may make sense for all parties." Where does the wide receiver end up?
I saw a tweet with or an email rather earlier with the list of teams in terms of the odds to land him, and I'm trying to find it right now. I must have deleted it. Commanders were the number one team, though, which I thought was really, really interesting. Is again, that team looks to take that next step moving forward.
I was I have no idea. I mean, I'm not familiar with their cap space, I was looking at the other team from the Beltway, Baltimore.
That would be fascinating.
Doesn't that sound like a Baltimore thing to do? To
It
just
definitely
give
does.
Lamar one more weapon, and this is basically a utility knife player who can play running back.
That'd be the best receiver he's ever had, right? In this era, he's had great running backs. He's had really good tight ends. He has never had that true awesome receiver with a capital A. Deebo would definitely be that.
The New York Post, famous for its punny, gimmicky sports headlines, had this one for the news that Jet savior Aaron Rodgers is going to be let go by the team. Ayahuasca. Grade this one on a scale of 1 to 10.
It's a solid 8 for me. I think it's pretty good.
I'm going to go 5.
Really? You bring up ayahuasca all the time, you don't think that this is deserving of better? That's what this is. You do it all the time.
This is a 7 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, you can't, John. You can't make the same joke and then not like it when they do it.
I don't make this joke, though, because I always call it a different word. Ayahuasca, I mean...
Because he's
the thing that's best about this, though, this is the same
really
newspaper that had... basically said, "Oh my God, the Savior's here. We're all going to be saved."
Well, they did it. They literally show it on the cover.
Yeah.
That's the one in the bottom left. It's Nile High, which don't understand that part. Yeah, I think this is hilarious. I hadn't seen it until this question. That's very funny.
Newly acquired Dallas Mavericks star Anthony Davis is going to miss multiple weeks with an injury. He still has not played for his new team since last weekend's shocking trade for Luka. Tell me why the Mavericks made this trade again, and shouldn't the NBA have stopped it?
Well, first of all, Nick, your stats are wrong. Anthony Davis did play over the weekend for Dallas, and he had a great first quarter. He had, let's see, how many points? 26 points, I think, in the game. 16 rebounds, 7 assists. Why would they step in? He's an all-star. That'd be weird to step in and
stop excusing the Lakers.
Why should they stop? Why should they have stopped the trade if
because
the Mavericks
it was a
don't
dumb
want
trade.
If the Mavericks don't want Luka on the roster anymore?
Dumb trade.
Sure, but that's not the NBA.
Actually, the NBA should have
say
stepped in and said, "We're taking this team from you. You obviously don't care."
Well, that might be true.
You obviously don't care.
Do you think Luka's transcended? Do you think anyone ever needs to use his last name anymore?
I mean, it's a unique name.
Just it's Luca. Like you know who you're talking about within the
The
context.
NBA is
of
pretty
basketball.
good at that
Luka.
with some of these,
LeBron.
Steph, LeBron,
Shaq,
Kobe,
Kobe,
yeah,
Magic,
Shaq,
Larry.
See, you don't even have to use Luca's last name anymore.
That's true.
Which is great for me because I always stumble on it.
When are we going to get NBA jerseys that just have their first names on the back? They don't even put the last name
Like
on
the
there.
player, like on the court, they're wearing that?
Yeah. So LeBron's jersey just says LeBron.
Oh, it's like Ichiro. What Ichiro did.
I don't know.
They've been very good at, marketing these guys because even with the NFL, yes, some people do use his first name because they think they're best buds with him, but
Patrick.
But you don't refer to him as Patrick.
Yeah, one person does, but nobody else does. Patrick. That was Brady last night, Nick. Yeah.
We have a new college football figure moving into politics, guys.
Oh.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has named former Buckeye coach Jim Tressel as his next lieutenant governor. Free tattoos for all state employees?
Get it? Free
I got it,
tattoos?
yeah. Nick, do you get the joke?
I assumed it was the bot players' tattoos before NIL was a thing.
You're halfway there. The players got free tattoos in exchange for this memorabilia jewelry that they got for beating Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a tame, hilarious controversy.
It is hilarious.
He got in trouble because he lied.
Yeah.
Never lie, right? It's not the crime; it's the cover-up.
It's the
He got in
cover-up.
trouble for the cover-up. I'm not surprised in a way that he has ventured into politics. Like he always had that kind of stately figure to him.
I think he's a former school president.
Isn't he getting old though? Old as old Jimmy Tress, 72. I mean, that's young in president years, so I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, he's a lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
Also probably young in lieutenant governor years.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, congrats, Jim Tressel.
Is this like the vice president, but at the state level?
Yes.
Is that what this is?
It's exactly what this is.
Nice job, Nick.
Nice.
It's exactly what this is. Though they don't call it vice governor, they call it lieutenant governor.
That's true.
It's kind of a dumb name, I think.
How cool would it sound if we called it the lieutenant president?
Instead of vice president?
Yeah.
I could go with that.
Lieutenant president.
Lieutenant
That's
President Vance, Nick.
too many syllables.
That's a lot of syllables. And you can't say
And then
VP.
you
You
can't
can't say
veep.
veep. You'd have to say
leap.
You'd have to say leap.
Leap.
Yeah.
This was quite the Super Bowl for takes. Many people had them. President T got cheered during the national anthem. A performer in Kendrick Lamar's halftime show got arrested for showing a Sudanese-Palestinian flag. And Taylor Swift got booed. Why is it funny, John? Why is it funny when people boo a woman? A strong, successful, confident woman.
Why? Because she's a Chiefs fan, and most of the people in that stadium were Eagles fans. Or maybe they don't like the music.
Maybe they don't like Shake It Off, Nick.
Yeah. Maybe she just needed to shake it off.
So here's where I'll disagree with this question. I know John brought this up earlier. I feel like every Super Bowl is the Super Bowl of takes.
Yeah, but this one, just because of some people that were there that normally aren't there.
I guess that
And
part
Hathaway.
is true. And Hathaway.
And Hathaway.
There were a lot of takes from this game.
I know, and there will be next year. Every halftime show now is the same thing. It's, I don't understand this.
Sure.
You know, from people your age. And then there's some who are like outright like racist. And then me who just like is like, it
Though
is what
I
it
will
is.
say, my son again watching, basically watched this and said, I don't get my generation's music.
Yeah, well, he is your son, so that makes
Yeah.
sense.
No, I didn't. He
Your
doesn't
son is
listen to the
probably
same music.
like-
He doesn't listen to the same music I do.
20 years older than he actually is, spiritually.
Yeah.
It's okay not to like
I would agree.
music.
I would agree.
It is okay not to like music. It's fine.
You don't have to get defensive.
No, what I don't like is when people say something is bad, but they confuse them not liking with something as it being bad when really they just don't like it.
Don't you say the NBA is bad?
Yes.
Mm.
It's because I don't like it.
Interesting. So you're doing the thing that you hate.
I say I don't care about the NBA.
I think you've called it bad before.
I've called it boring to me.
Interesting.
It is.
Peter writes, Taylor Swift makes generic trash pop music. She was far better as a country artist.
She does not make generic ass pop music.
I still think that other version that you played for me sounded a lot better.
Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Nick, do you remember that?
No, I do remember.
That was really
I still
funny.
like Taylor's the original blank space better. I think there's more range. And
Again,
better
I am
protection.
sad that we were denied
More
as
range,
Americans when the Chiefs were losing. Why weren't we getting the shots of her in the booth? If it's okay to show Jared Jones when he's upset, it's okay to show Taylor when she's upset.
I'll do a handshake meme on that. I think you should show everyone when they're upset.
Was it weird last night that it looked like all of the stars that were there were sitting in the seats where the normies sit?
Were they? I thought
it didn't look like they were in suites.
I thought every superstar that I saw.
Maybe that's just the Superdome. I don't know.
Yeah. I thought every superstar that I saw looked like they were in a suite.
Did you notice that all of the seats had the name of the star on the back? Like they would show, who was it? I think it was Costner, or maybe it was Anne
on
Hathaway.
his chair?
Yeah, but all the chairs had a sign on the chair that said Anne Hathaway or Paul Rudd or...
How weird was it that Pete Davidson and Kevin Costner were sitting next to each other?
Are they in a movie together?
I don't know. They were just there.
Interesting.
It was so weird.
What do we think about the celebrities now introducing their favorite teams? Do we like this?
I liked it, not to bring up a Super Bowl that is not near and dear to your heart, but I liked it when Pat Summerall was like, and now the Patriots will be introduced as a team. Also, John Hamm was a Rams fan for the longest time. So it's weird that he's introducing the Chiefs.
You traitor!
Yeah, he's not a Chiefs fan.
They should have let Paul Rudd do it. Paul Rudd is a Chiefs fan.
Paul Rudd is an actual Chiefs fan. That's 100% true.
Well, I'm guessing
and what's
John
his name?
Hamm's a bigger star. That's why.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
I mean, he won the Emmy, Nick, for Mad Men.
Yeah.
He is.
It's a great show.
He is.
Some have season 1, and have they watched it?
Not yet.
Wow.
Paul Rudd was Ant-Man.
Yeah, he was Ant-Man. That's true. Can't argue with you there, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know. I knew Ham was of St. Louis. I didn't know if he was a Rams fan.
Grew up a Rams fan. Yeah, I heard him do
He
interviews
didn't grow
about
up
it.
a Rams fan. The team moved there when he was an adult.
He became a Rams fan. I guess maybe it's okay then that he's a Chiefs fan now. You're right, John. They weren't in St. Louis when he was a child.
No.
So it's okay to be an adult and find a new team, Josh.
No.
That's a great lesson for life.
Again, I would
follow in John Hamm's footsteps, and maybe you one day could introduce the Jacksonville Jaguars.
No. I will eject my fandom before I become a fan of the Jags or any other stupid team in the league.
Chargers.
No. Again, you're picking. It's like saying you should be a Vikings fan. No, it's the same miserable existence. Why would I do any of these things? It's all misery.
I mean, I'd invite you over to the Ramily, but
I don't want to be
we
a part of the Ramily.
We don't want your loserdom to come over to our side. We're doing too well right
Sorry, you can't be a part of the Ramily.
Wes writes,
Ramily.
"What's up, guys? This is Wes.
Hi, Wes.
Josh, I think I have you beat as a Vikings fan compared to your Cowboys in experiencing pain. I'm 45 years old, and I've never seen them in the Super Bowl, when most years they make the playoffs. Yeah, the Vikings pain, especially for somebody who, when's the last time they made the Super Bowl? 78? 79, somewhere in there?
76.
You were born, let's say you were born in 76, so you come to fandom in like 1981. Yeah, you've had a horrible time as a Vikings fan. I'm not going to argue with you there. I'm not going to say that I have it worse than anybody else. It just isn't fun. And I'm pretty miserable.
It's not. I mean, what you get past a certain point, and what's the difference between 40 years and 30 years? Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what is the
You just get past a certain point, and it's like, it's all miserable.
Can't wait. The next year will be my 30th year watching them. Next year's going to suck as
See, it doesn't have to. Be a Jags
I know,
fan.
Man, maybe we'll save money if we don't get Sunday ticket. How nice would that be? No more Sunday ticket.
Well,
no more $400 out of our pockets.
But you are going to get MLB TV because you have to watch all the games now.
No, we'll get that because we have a login. Edit that out of the podcast.
That reminds me, got to be watching for
That reminds me, John.
T-Mobile Tuesday.
I can't wait to get a login.
Can't wait to get my T-Mobile Tuesday for baseball.
Can't wait to write in "Go Cubs" as the password.
I saw that Shota is starting the first game in Japan.
He is
against the evil Dodgers.
What network is that game going to be on?
It's MLB Network.
Yeah. Oh, we don't have that on YouTube. Well,
you don't?
I'm not going to be up. They don't. That's like the one channel they don't have for some reason.
Really?
I got NBA TV. I got everything else. NFL Network. We don't have MLB Network though. Very strange.
That is weird.
Do they don't offer it?
Not on YouTube TV.
Really?
They don't have an agreement with them. I don't know why.
Get on the stick there, MLB.
Yeah, and give us Bally's
There's
or
so
whatever
many
it's
Cub
called
fans
too.
who want to see this game on their YouTube TV, and I suppose Dodger fans
And
too.
Dodgers fans too, and Damon Benning.
Bunch of front runners.
I'm gonna watch it.
Nice.
What's for dinner is next. I mean, we just had some wings.
I know,
Some
yeah.
delicious wings.
What are we gonna have tonight?
What was the name of the
It's near Sap.
Lucille's?
Lucille's. That sounds about
From
right.
Sapp Brothers.
Bluth?
Nice.
Duluth? Is that what you said?
Bluth.
Bluth.
Just blew himself.
1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, there's leftovers tonight. What we had
From
for
the
the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl?
We had those Big Mac sliders, the cheesy potato soup with ground beef and other things in it. I hope there's still a little bit of leftover cheese dip. I liked that. That was good. That was my request.
Nice. Well, it's funny. Michael brought in wings. We're having wings. Because the plan that we ended up having for the Super Bowl, we didn't go with because she had the big game feels in her tum-tum. So I ended up just making a sandwich for myself last night. So wings tonight. So, Sunday Josh loses. Monday night Josh wins.
She feels bad for you, so that's why.
Maybe.
I don't know yet.
Awesome. Great segment as always, boys.
But my meat and cheese yesterday was delicious.
Oh, that's right.
I also got French onion dip and Ruffles.
Wow. Look at us.
It was great.
Doing it big.
Had a beer.
I had some chips and dip. I also had a beer last night, Nick.
This is Japanese beer I've been getting lately. It's really good.
I had Busch Light.
I had an old style.
That's fun.
Old style. I had to stock up because, baseball season's coming soon.
Baseball.
Thank God. Football is in the rear view. Whew.
I saw they were replaying one of the commercials from the Super Bowl last night, the one, the Homes.com one with Morgan Freeman.
Mm-hmm. Man, he's getting up there.
He is getting up there, but my favorite was
could almost be president.
seeing friend of the radio station, Frank Caliendo.
Yeah, who's in Omaha
today.
Is he doing a show or is he just in Omaha to hang out with
I
Creighton?
think I looked at his schedule. It didn't look like he had anything on the schedule.
That is wild. So he just came to
He
Omaha.
has become a big Creighton fan, and he did apparently 2 minutes. He did 2 minutes with Mac at his press conference today.
Oh, you know about 2 minutes.
And he is working on a
long
Greg
time.
McDermott impersonation.
Yeah, how did it sound?
I love the fact that he acknowledged it's got a little Kermit the Frog in it.
Oh, wow, little Patrick Mahomes to it. Oh, no, not again, Nick.
What?
I don't know what is happening. I don't know where this comes from.
Why
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, we did Jaws in the movie club last
Ah!
Oh my God! There it is again. The score bug from hell.
But again, look, Chiefs fans.
It's still scoreless.
It's 0-0.
Oh, I couldn't tell because of the numbers blending in with everything.
The best part of the game for the Chiefs was this exact moment.
Put this on the list. That
Yes,
score bug will
tomatoes.
not be back next season on Fox.
All right, I disagree with you. This is great.
That score bug will be gone. When people react that violently to a graphic,
they're just going to lean
it's so
in even harder.
easy to change it.
You would
It's
think
so
it would be
easy to
easy
change.
to change it, but it looks like the guy they hired doesn't know what they're doing. They have to keep doing their night classes, John. John, you could have made a better score bug in PowerPoint.
By the way, the last list item that we did was from January 27th when Nick said 105 million people will watch the Super Bowl. Given that it was a blowout, Nick might have a shot at this.
I don't know. I think it's still going to be high because I think a lot of people were enjoying it because
they
the
might have
Chiefs were
been.
getting their clocks cleaned.
We will wait until tomorrow.
That's just my theory.
We will wait until most likely tomorrow, I think, is when it'll come out.
Yeah, usually we get it today, don't we?
Yeah, nothing so far.
Not looking good for them.
Well, they're having a hard time finding all the people who got scared by the score bug.
Bye.